Everyone for being here today. We're going to start out with the Kansas Bureau of Investigation. Tony Mativi, Director of the Kansas Bureau of Investigation. Tony, welcome to committee.
Thank you. Is that better? Okay. Mr. Chairman, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the committee, thank you for having us here today. Thank you for the specific areas that you've asked about. We're excited for the opportunity to address those areas and address any questions that you have. I'm joined today, sitting behind me to my right, are Associate Director Robert Jacobs, Assistant Directors Bill Smith and Corey Latham, and Chief Fiscal Officer Paul Weisgerber. They're the subject matter experts on many of these topics. So like the game show where you get to phone a friend or ask the audience, I get to do kind of a combination of both if you have any questions that go beyond my level of knowledge. My understanding was that one of the first things that you wanted to hear about was the reorganization. And I'm glad to be able to talk with you about that. I was very surprised when the reorganization was mentioned at the budget hearing within the last couple of weeks, because from my perspective, from our perspective, the reorganization was completely budget neutral. And frankly, I'm not sure how our analyst was able to figure out a way that the reorganization did impact the budget, because from our perspective, it did not. When I took this job almost 2 years ago now, one of the first things I found that was of immediate concern was I had 12 direct reports. And I'm sure that worked well for my predecessor, who was a career KBI person who had sat in virtually every seat in the Bureau during his career. That wide a span of control just didn't work for me. So one of the first things that I set about doing was figuring out a way that we could reorganize and I could cut that span of control. And I hope that each of you have the chart that was submitted with our written testimony. If you don't, I have a number of extra copies and I'm happy to distribute them if you need them. But on that chart, you'll see our organizational structure as it existed pre-organization on the top, pre-reorganization on the top, and post-reorganization on the bottom. And you can see there what I hope immediately makes sense to you as a more logical org chart for an agency of 400, roughly, personnel. Rather than having all of those 10 divisions and an associate director who answered directly to me, we reorganized the Bureau into basically 3 branches. The investigations branch, which previously had had 2 assistant directors, each of which reported to the director. Now we had 1 assistant director over our entire investigations branch, and the rest of the Bureau we divided into inward-facing and outward-facing. So the assistant director for administration deals with all aspects of the Bureau where the customer is our employee. So things like information technology, fiscal, human resources, wellness, professional standards, things like that all fall under the inward-facing side of the organization now, and those fall under the Assistant Director of Administration. And then the outward-facing side of the Bureau is where our customers are external. Things like the laboratory, the Forensic Sciences Division, the Laboratory Division, Information Services Division, things like that. If the customer is outside of the Bureau, that's handled by the Assistant Director over our Criminal Justice Services Division. So again, I viewed all of those changes really just being internally and reflected on the org chart. And so I was very surprised to hear our budget analyst talking about how those somehow he was able to find a connection to the budget. Because for me, this was just about tightening the span of control and making folks more accountable within the organization and putting more accountability and more decision-making responsibility, frankly, where I think it should be, which is at the lowest possible level. So the assistant directors are dealing with much more of the day-to-day operations, I think, under this post-reorg chart that you see in front of you. With that, Can I answer any questions for you about the reorganization?
Questions? Seeing none, I think you did a good job explaining it.
Thank you, Senator. Next thing that I was told you wanted to talk about was our fight against fentanyl and the legislative appropriation. I'd like to tell you that the fight against fentanyl is, if it's not our most immediate priority, it certainly is one of them because of the number of deaths that we continue to see across Kansas, particularly in young people. Fentanyl overdose deaths continue to be the #1 cause of death for Americans under 40. More than traffic accidents, more than gun violence, more than suicide, they continue to be the leading cause of death of Americans under 40. So we're paying a significant amount of attention to what's happening in our state with fentanyl. We're doing everything that we can to interrupt the trafficking of fentanyl into and through our state. And last legislative session, you all responded to us very generously when we came in here and made our case for why we needed additional resources to combat fentanyl. We have stood up what we call the JFIT, the Joint Fentanyl Impact Team. A part of the JFIT is the canine unit that we started at the KBI. When I took this job, there was no law enforcement canine in Kansas that was capable of detecting just fentanyl. A lot of dog programs, lots of canine programs in law enforcement agencies all across the state, and those dogs were trained to detect illegal drugs, marijuana, methamphetamine, cocaine, heroin, and they could detect fentanyl if fentanyl was mixed with any of those illegal drugs. But no law enforcement canine in Kansas at the beginning of 2023 was capable of detecting just fentanyl. That left us trying to fight this battle with both of our hands tied behind our back, because we know that a great deal of fentanyl that's trafficked is shipped by commercial package shippers, and it's shipped just on its own, just fentanyl pills and fentanyl powder. So although some of it is mixed with other drugs, and we were able to find that, we weren't able to find those packages being shipped with just fentanyl. So as a part of our JFIT program, we created first of all, we stood up the first ever KBI canine program. There had never been a canine program at the KBI in the entire history of the organization. So we stood up the first one, and we had the first law enforcement canines in Kansas that were capable of detecting just fentanyl. And we deploy those dogs now on a daily basis all around the state. A lot of their time spent in package distribution facilities looking for fentanyl that's being shipped into and through the state of Kansas. Now, since then, there are lots of law enforcement agencies out there that have trained their dogs to detect just fentanyl, just like ours. And we make our services available to many of our partners in law enforcement. But that's something that we did at the inception to target our enforcement on fentanyl trafficking. JFIT has been a tremendous success. When I came into this job, I resisted the traditional the traditional pattern of partnering with the feds on task forces. Targeted enforcement task forces, I think, are very important, and they play a big part in what we do in law enforcement because they allow us to collaborate, and we find a lot of synergies. But the traditional task force model is state or local agencies designate an agent or a person to a federal task force. I think that's the opposite of the way that it should work. The feds have the resources where we are very resource depleted. So with JFIT, we shunned the federal model, and we started a state-based program with the Highway Patrol, a true partnership collaboration with the Highway Patrol, the two agencies working together to combat fentanyl trafficking in Kansas, and then we invited the feds to participate with us. And it took us a while to get everybody to the table, but ultimately we were successful. We now have partners in JFIT. We have partnerships with DEA, HSI, ATF, Postal Service, FAA, and even coordination with the FBI. And lately we've started expanding JFIT to include local partners as well. Kansas City, Kansas Police Department has joined JFIT, And tomorrow afternoon, our folks have a meeting with the Olathe Police Department. They have asked to join JFIT as well. Now, we're trying to make that very attractive to them, not just by bringing additional resources to target fentanyl distribution in their communities, but we've also obtained grant funding where we're able to make additional funding available, additional equipment available, and additional technology available to local partners who join our JFIT effort. So JFIT, the folks on JFIT, it really is difficult for me to overstate how well they're doing. They are knocking it out of the park. Each week I read the ops plans for what JFIT is doing for the coming week. These folks are really knocking it out of the park. And we're very, very proud of Corey and his folks and what they're doing with JFIT. You asked specifically about the legislative appropriation. Under your appropriation from last year, you granted us 8 additional positions for the fight against fentanyl. We have filled 6 of those in the past year. We anticipate filling 2 in the coming year. So even with the shortages that are going on in law enforcement right now, the personnel shortages, we feel we've been very successful in being good stewards of the additional funding that you folks gave us during the last legislative session. This afternoon, we graduate a new agent class. You may or may not know that we do 1 class a year. Last year, our new agent class was 8 agents. This afternoon, we are graduating 18 new agents. I attribute that to your willingness last legislative session to fund our career progression program and give agents across the board a 25% pay increase. I believe that 25% pay increase is the reason that we went not just from a class of 8 to a class of 18, but this is a really outstanding class. The backgrounds, the resumes of the folks that we're graduating this afternoon, I think are going to be, they're amazing. The backgrounds that these folks come from, the law enforcement experience that they bring to the table, they are going to make us a better agency, and we're excited about the position that we're in moving forward. I wanted to mention also, last session, you folks funded for us the 3rd child victim unit. You may remember that we started the child victim unit. The pilot project was here in the Northeast. The legislative session before last, you funded a CVU unit for us in the West region, and then last legislative session, you funded the 3rd of 3 for our Southeast region. That included 5 agents plus 1 ASAC, 1 Assistant Special Agent in Charge. We promoted an outstanding agent named Chris Ferris into the ASAC position, and we have hired 5 of the 6 positions for the Southeast CVU. So again, we've been very successful in filling those positions. We anticipate that we will fill that last position with our next class, and that has significantly strengthened our ability to respond to internet crimes against children in the southeast part of the state. You asked for an update also on our Pittsburg project. And I'm excited to talk with you about that and tell you about the progress that we've made on it. You funded for us our request for $40 million. That was last legislative session. That funding will give us basically the law enforcement presence that we're looking for in that center, but we also want there to be an academic presence and an academic footprint as well, and the university agreed to come to the table with funding, not necessarily to match, but to supplement what we were able to obtain from you. So the legislature last session approved $40 million in funding. Thus far, we've received about $7.5 million from the federal government, with verbal agreement to another $7.5 million. So altogether, this should end up being about a $55 million project. It will be very much a collaboration. It will be undoubtedly a regional law enforcement center. And the other participants, let me just go through the list of who we expect to be occupying this building once it's completed. The KBI Investigations Branch will have a full-time presence in the building. The KBI Laboratory will have a full-time presence in the building. We'll have at least a couple of chemists, possibly a fingerprint examiner in the building as well. We will have a KBI Evidence Intake facility there inside the building. It will be the full-time 24/7 headquarters for the Pittsburg State University Police Department. They will be sort of the 24/7 presence there inside the building. There will be an academic footprint, just like you're aware of over at Washburn University. We will have classroom space, auditorium space. One of the great things about going over to our Forensic Science Center on the campus at Washburn is to see students walking in and out of the building and to watch what's happening in there from an academic perspective. The same will be happening in Pittsburgh. The Kansas Highway Patrol will have a full-time presence in the building. And then we will have desk space there on an as-needed basis for the United States Marshal Service, the FBI, the Crawford County Sheriff's Department. That facility is located 25 miles from the Crawford County Sheriff's Department's headquarters, so we know that they will use that as sort of a substation. And then the AG's office plan, we've set aside office space for them so that when they get back to full strength, they can have a prosecutor and even a paralegal or a member of their support staff stationed down there like we used to have in our Pittsburgh building. So I know the university is as excited as we are about this, and one of the things President Shipp has mentioned to me over and over when we talk is the fact that he will have that kind of a law enforcement presence on his campus, God forbid, should anything happen. So the university is very excited, not just about the academic footprint, but about the internship opportunities, the collaboration opportunities, and the number of sworn law enforcement officers that will be available to them on campus should the need ever arise. Any questions? I've been moving kind of fast, Mr. Chair. Any questions about anything I've covered thus far?
Senator Petty.
Thank you. So on the project that you just mentioned,
Yes, ma'am.
the Pittsburgh Regional Crime Center, you mentioned Pittsburgh State, but you didn't really elaborate on, so what's their investment?
So they donated the land, and then they're the ones working with the feds to bring the supplemental funding to the table. So like I said, the legislature approved $40 million. That's independent of land acquisition. The university took care of that. We have a piece of property right on the edge of campus on the southeast edge, and then they're the ones working with the feds to bring the additional appropriations to the table. We have $7.5 million committed now. We have verbal commitment for another 7.5. So that'll take this $40 million project to a total of $55 million.
So that's bringing it to the 55.
Yes,
had
ma'am.
those numbers down for the 40 from us last year and the 7.5 you mentioned from the feds. So then Pittsburgh State is working along with you with the feds to bring that additional amount?
We sort of carried the water over here, and the university is carrying the water with the federal delegation to bring that money to the table.
Can you remind me, what's the groundbreaking date for this?
So I have the actual project schedule here. Groundbreaking, it looks like we expect to be July of 2025, and owner occupancy we hope to be in December of 2026.
I do have one other question.
Yes.
Could you remind me what ASAC stands for?
ASAC stands for Assistant Special Agent in Charge.
Okay, and I was just curious, on that new class of 18 that you said that you have coming in, I know we often talk about who's cannibalizing who, but are they coming from local units of government? Are they coming from county sheriff's departments? Are they just new agents totally, or?
Senator, I'm going to put it very bluntly, we will steal someone from anyone, right? If there is a qualified, law enforcement right now really is kind of an arms race. When we were in front of you last year asking for this career progression plan to be funded, we were in a position where our salaries weren't allowing us to be competitive with the agencies out there where we normally draw people. A KBI agent has the same statutory authority as a sheriff. And for that reason, we don't take applicants who aren't experienced investigators. So our minimum standard for a special agent applicant is 5 years of felony investigative experience. Now, we've had to get a little bit creative with that, and we've started a program that we call the technical special agent. And if we have a very promising candidate who doesn't have that 5 years requisite experience, we will hire that person as a TSA, and then we will give them the experience inside the KBI. So in this class of 18, we have 2 TSA, or technical special agent candidates. They're incredibly well qualified. One was an evidence technician in our forensic science division in Topeka. The other is a bilingual, dual advanced degree, former sheriff's deputy and former school counselor who lives in Western Kansas and is going to stay in Western Kansas and be a member of our child victim unit. So, but didn't have the requisite 5 years of experience. So she also will be a technical special agent. The others run the gamut. They come from some police departments, they come from some sheriff's departments. Most of them come from inside the state. One is a graduate of the Citadel who began her law enforcement career in South Carolina right when she graduated from the Citadel. So we really take applicants from everywhere, and this class is a great example of diversity when it comes to just very widely. We have 2 Kansas sheriffs who are in this class of 18. They recently served as Kansas sheriffs. Both of them stepped down early to join our class that began in October. So we're really, really thrilled about this class. Thank you for the question.
Thank you.
Other questions? Seeing none?
So that brings us to our budget for this year, part of which is our request for a new headquarters building. So I'm going to set the headquarters building aside and talk about the other aspects of the budget request. You have a one-pager on that in front of you as well. The legislature has been so generous to the KBI over the last 2 sessions that we tried very hard to not ask for anything other than the minimum, if you'll let me characterize it this way, the minimum mandatories, right? The things that we really needed. These include funding for the continuation of our career progression plan. That's $239,000. We've made great strides with the agent salaries. We really need to focus now on things like IT professionals. We are lagging. We have a tremendous vacancy rate in our IT department, and I think that is one of our biggest weaknesses, one of our biggest vulnerabilities right now. And because of the salaries that we pay, we're just not able to attract talented IT professionals. So that's the purpose of that CPP request there. Cybersecurity, $1.67 million. This has to do with the only 2 positions that we requested this year are the 2 that we were required to add to our staff as a result of Senate Bill. I think it was 291 last year. That bill required us to add a CISO, Computer Information Security Officer, and a CITO. So those are the only 2 FTEs that we've requested, are the ones that were really required of us as a result of legislation that was passed last year. And then we have some infrastructure needs, I'm sure like every state department does. As you know, we are the criminal justice information repository for the state. The information that we house is so sensitive that a data breach would be disastrous. So we have identified a very small amount of infrastructure that we need to upgrade under our cybersecurity enhancement request. You'll see a laboratory infrastructure request of $1.2 million. One of the things I found is that our replacement cycle for the very expensive equipment that we have in the lab, we just were not on a frequent enough replacement cycle, and that's something that I think we need to focus our attention on. We have identified the 4 or 5 pieces of equipment in the laboratory that are the furthest beyond their warranty and the furthest beyond their active service life. And the $1.2 million that we were requesting in this budget enhancement is to replace those oldest of the machines before we suffer some sort of a breakdown there. And then finally, I wanted to mention to you that last item on the 2-pager there, the offender registration compliance request, $500,000. I was a little disturbed because the budget analyst said something in the presentation about us not being able to survive a federal audit of that program. That is incorrect. we're not in danger of not surviving a federal audit. But here's what we are in danger of. Every sheriff in our state is responsible for tracking registered offenders, whether those are sex offenders, drug offenders, or violent criminals. Those sheriffs, many of them use a platform that's provided by the KBI. It's called ks.gov. And that platform was a free piece of software that we were able to, more than a decade ago, KBI took from the FBI, made some minor tweaks to it, and pushed it out to the sheriff's departments to use as a tool. You get what you pay for. And I have heard from sheriffs over and over again, and their criticism is very valid. We have failed them. We are giving them an offender registration platform that is inadequate for what they need. And so beginning almost as soon as I took the job, we began a deep dive into this particular area. And we looked around the state at how it was being done, and then we looked around the country. And I'll tell you, there are a myriad of different ways to track offenders. Some folks use an equivalent to ks.gov, like we do. Some use a third party. Some use a platform that they have created. And when it comes to third parties, there are a number of different vendors out there. And we sent some of our folks all around the country to look at how this is done. And what we came away with after the deep dive is, first of all, I believe we have an obligation to all of our sheriffs to give them a platform that they can use effectively, and ks.gov wasn't it. When they were telling me that our product was awful, they were correct. We have done the best with it that we could, but it was inadequate. So we have decided that we need to go with a third-party vendor and that we need to do a statewide implementation. And we need to push this out to all of the sheriffs in the state and let them use it. We have found a third-party vendor that we think is capable of doing this. We're very impressed with their product. What they do for offender registration and tracking is light years ahead of what we're offering with ks.gov. But in addition to that, they have features that allow this platform to be used not just for registration, but as an investigative tool. So for example, if a rape victim is able to identify his or her attacker just by a few facts, race, rough age, vehicle they were driving, maybe a tattoo. Those factors can be entered into this tracking software and used as an investigative tool. So this software can say, hey, we have 2 registered offenders who meet those 4 criteria. Well, that significantly narrows the amount of work that the investigators have to do when they're trying to find that rape suspect. So this is a proposal. This is an enhancement request that doesn't benefit the KBI. It benefits every one of the sheriffs in our state. We have socialized with this idea with them. We've let them know what our plan is. And when we come back for session, I expect when we talk about this enhancement request for the room to be filled with sheriffs who will be asking you to support and fund this request because it's something that they very badly need. So our budget this year is focused on being very minimalistic, other than the headquarters request, which I recognize is huge, in being very minimalistic. But the other thing that we're doing this year is we're trying to take better care of ourselves. There are a number of ways that the KBI can enhance existing fee structures and implement at least one additional revenue source. And so that's going to be our emphasis in the next year. So when we talk about enhancing existing fee structures, for example, one of the things that we have found when the OJA breach happened, the courts were no longer able to respond to criminal history requests. Those criminal history requests came to the KBI instead. We found that we were able to satisfy those criminal history requests with existing resources more robustly and completely than the court was able to do it, and it generated $2 million in additional revenue. So even though OJA is back in business, if you will, and able to do those checks, we have asked them not to. We've asked them to continue to send those to us because we believe we provide a better product. We can do it with existing resources, and it generates income for us. We hope to take in more money with criminal history checks as a result of that than we have in the past. Every dollar we take in is a dollar we don't have to ask the legislature for. Expanding the pool of people to whom the background check requirement applies is something that we understand is on the table with the legislature this year. We think doing additional backgrounds is something that's well warranted given the nature of the occupations that those folks have. That will provide additional revenue for the KBI. And then finally, we're going to be back this legislative session with a request for a wire transfer fee, much like Oklahoma is done. One of the things we know in law enforcement is that the cartels use wire transfers from the United States to Mexico to fund part of their operations. Oklahoma recognized that, and they put a fee on wire transfers, and then they use the revenue generated from that fee for counter-drug efforts. We're going to be back when the session begins with a similar proposal. So we are keeping our request to a minimum. We're trying to take better care of ourselves using these expanded revenue streams. That's sort of the 30,000-foot view of the KBI's budget proposal this year. I'll be happy to answer questions about that, and then if you'll let me, I'd like to talk with you about our proposal for a new headquarters.
We're going to be running short on time, so questions? Representative Hoffman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On the storage infrastructure, so I'm assuming you have your own data center. Is that correct? Is that what you're talking about when you talk about the storage infrastructure?
I believe that's right, but if we're going to talk about data and storage, there's somebody far more qualified than me to answer those questions. So I'll have Assistant Director Bill Smith come up, if that's all right.
Yeah, that's fine.
Thank you, Representative Hoffman, for the question. So yes, it's about our internal data center and us replacing the SANs inside that center as the SANs have started to age out of their warranty period.
So are you required to keep your own data center because of the information and everything by the feds or somebody, or are you able to use like a third-party data center?
Currently, we maintain that data center as we believe it is the best practice. And I think that there are opportunities later in the future for us to reevaluate that. But for the current period, our on-premise data center is the way that we choose to operate.
Okay, but as you look to replace it, you may possibly look to a third party, or you still think right now is you need to keep it?
Right now, we believe that our best option is to keep an on-premise solution, but as we look to try to pivot into the cloud and into better infrastructure for the future, we're looking at how can we not have to continue to scale our structure, infinitely.
Sure.
So we certainly would like to have that eventually not on-prem, but what we have now is a lot of on-premise data, and we have a decaying set of SANs, and we know that we need to really take care of those SANs before we face a problem.
And then one last question on the K-sort. Well, I guess that's not what it'd be called if you do a new one, but what is the yearly expense for that? I'm assuming there'll be a yearly charge for that.
There will be our enhancement request for $500,000 will cover the implementation. My understanding is that the annual operating expense will be 10%-ish of that number.
500?
Right.
Okay. And right now, it's nothing probably.
Well, right now, it's just the tremendous amount of personnel expenses that we put into it.
I understand,
right?
Yeah.
Right.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions?
Being mindful of my time, Mr. Chair, I'll cut to the chase with regard to headquarters.
Yeah, I just go real quick because this is just a small part of the committees, and so you'll have to be here to explain it again, so.
Sure. So the short version is our headquarters isn't safe. I mean, that's the bottom line. Our headquarters building is not safe. And it's not safe for two reasons. Number one, the location. We are in, and I don't mean to be unkind to anyone, but we're in a horrible neighborhood. We have two separate buildings. We have no security or perimeter fencing. Employees walk between our buildings through an alley and are often confronted with homeless people and drug addicts, because that's what surrounds the KBI building. And for us to be in that location with no security, no perimeter, is just unsafe. And I feel uncomfortable with the environment that we're putting our folks in, given the location where we sit and the lack of security. In addition, although we're in a beautiful old stone building, much of that building is wood construction. And we don't have a fire suppression system in that building. The fourth floor of our building was never intended for human occupancy. It was intended for record storage. And we have human beings working up there, primarily in wood construction, with no fire suppression system. I am failing miserably in my obligation to give our employees a safe place to work. And I am asking you for your help to address that. Now, we can talk about how much would it cost to upgrade it, how much would it cost to make it a safer location. We have looked at those numbers, we've had an assessment done, and what the professionals the answer that the professionals come away with is, you need a new building. You need a new purpose-built facility. So I can get down into the weeds with you. I suspect today is not the day for that. We have the numbers, we have the data, but the one thing I would ask you to keep in mind as we make this very large request for a new headquarters building is that the one we're in just isn't safe.
Any questions? Representative Carpenter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So what was the cost of the renovation? Do you have those bids?
We have a whole assessment that was done by an outside firm. They have shared with us just a portion of it. When we have the whole thing, we'll be happy to make it available to anyone who asks.
Well, I think if we're going to consider that, we should look at the whole picture.
We are pushing them. They have a deadline before the session begins to get the final document to us. So we know we will have those numbers for comparison purposes before we start the session.
Very good. Thank you.
Representative Hoffman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. What about existing buildings in Topeka? Have you looked at what's available?
That's been part of the analysis. We've worked very closely with the Department of Administration. Secretary Profit and his folks have been incredible to us. They have looked at that. Their answer also is you need a new purpose-built facility.
Well, okay. I guess I was not just necessarily what the state's footprint, but other buildings that are vacant outside of.
Sure, that was part of the analysis as
Okay.
well, Representative. So we talked at different points about this perhaps even being a consolidated headquarters for both us and the Highway Patrol, and D of A's decision at the end of the day is Highway Patrol should go into existing space, and I believe that is their plan. But for us, their decision, and we completely agree, is that a purpose-built facility is the most efficient solution.
Okay, thank you.
Again, all of that will be in the presentation that we're ready to make when the session begins.
Other questions? Seeing none. Tony, thank you a lot for being here today. Appreciate everything you and your team does. Looks like you're getting things going in the right direction on this fentanyl. We appreciate the update on that.
Thank you very much for your kind words. Thank you for your time, and my apologies to Fire Marshal Engholm for any of his time that I might have stolen from him. Thank you all.
Next, we'll have the Office of the State Fire Marshal. We'll have Mark Insterholm, the fire safety inspections at the child care centers update. Welcome, committee, Mark.
Thank you, sir. Make sure that mic is on. It is. Good. Let me get this going real quick. Okay, I believe you have, thank you for having us here today to talk about the child care portion of our inspections. As you know, our agency does a lot of different things, but we're going to focus just on that. And in the interest of time, is it not on? It's on. Okay. I just need to be a little closer to it. All right, sounds good. In the interest of time, I'm going to flip through some of our presentation fairly quickly. As far as the background, I know that those of you who are sitting here have served in this position for a number of years. You already kind of have an idea of our agency and what we do. So I'll skip forward with your permission to the portion that really deals with the meat of what you're asking. Okay, I'm going to start in on our inspections and enforcement information. The State Fire Marshal's Office is responsible for about 95% of Kansas as far as doing enforcement and prevention activities for fire safety. We have 50 departments, around that number, it changes from year to year, who have signed agreements with our office to do inspections in their local communities. That's mainly our metro areas, Johnson County, Sedgwick County, with a few areas, Topeka being one, Lawrence, those sort of things, that take responsibility and handle those. Outside of that, we are the only agency that's really enforcing those. We have a lot of volunteer departments with people who do not have the level of training, and we're doing our best to try to be consistent across the state with the fire code and making sure that things are kept safe and that people are getting consistent answers from community to community as they go to build a business or whatever else. We have 20 inspectors across the state and 4 supervisors. It was interesting to hear Director Mativi talk. I faced a lot of the same issues he did when I came into this position. I had 12 direct reports when I came in, and just like he did, I had to bring that down to what I felt was a manageable scope. So we did the same thing with our inspectors in the field. Now we have 1 supervisor for every 5 inspectors, and that way to keep that oversight going and keep that consistency between them. So specifically in child care facilities, we inspect all licensed child care facilities, preschool facilities, and school-age programs, which would include the after-school clubs, the boys and girls clubs, that sort of thing across the state. Now, prior to this year, some of those were being done by local, some of those were being done by local entities. Boy, it's jumping around here. Okay, sorry. Some of those were being done by local entities. And we have taken those all back, and there's some issues with the state fire code that make that necessary. If you're not aware, and I think most of you heard me talk last year, Kansas has a 2006 version of the fire code. We are the oldest fire code in the United States of any state in existence, and we're fairly close to getting to a more updated code, but we're derailed, unfortunately, by, I think we were derailed by some of the actions in the last session as far as regulations, rules and regulations, and dealing with the fiscal impact studies and economic impact studies, because it's very difficult for us to say how would a fire code economic impact across the state. So we're having to back that off and revisit it. So we're going through and we're doing inspections and we're finding things like this. I don't know if you can really see on the photo on yours. I have put some red circles there. This is one of the things our inspectors find. This is the primary means in an emergency, as you can see with the exit signs, of you getting out of this area. Do you notice they put at one point or another, for one reason or another, probably trying to keep kids in the area without running away, because a lot of places are running with minimal staff. They put cipher locks on the exit doors. So if you don't know the cipher locks, there's 2 in a row for you to get out of that building if there's an emergency, in this example. And in an emergency, when there's smoke banking down, and I'll show a video here in a bit to give you an idea of what that looks like, are you going to remember how to get that cipher lock? So those are the sort of things we're trying to make sure are not out there. These are the things we're catching. So since this year, we have, on this slide, you'll see how many inspections we've done, about 950 so far this year. and we are on target to finish all those inspections on time by the end of the year for all different facilities. We're not delayed. Everything's going very well, and we'll get all these different facilities inspected. So just so we understand, the Boys and Girls Clubs and the preschools and schools and childcare centers, they're inspected annually. What we call family child care homes, home daycares, are only inspected once, and that's when they initially license. And then unless there's a complaint or they go to modify their license, we do not inspect them again. So there's no annual inspection of home daycares. This just gives you an idea over time of how those have changed, and you can see on the orange line how the number of child care facility inspections has gone up. A lot of that is due to the governor's work in creating new child care facilities, especially facilities outside of our metro areas and our rural areas where we have that primary jurisdiction. So we're doing many more of those child care facilities across the state. So this is the quick video I want to show, and maybe some of you have seen this, just so you understand. On the left of this photo here, these videos, this is an ATF product, and this is modern construction and modern furniture, okay, carpeting, everything else. The one on the right is what we call legacy. It's what we grew up with. It was what our homes were. Things were made out of more natural fibers and cotton and those sort of things. So you'll see what some of the problems we as in the fire service in general are facing when we're going to fires. Fires now burn faster, they burn hotter, they put off a lot more chemicals. And so these are the issues we're dealing with childcare is when you have a room full of toddlers or a room with infants in it, how do we, that do not recognize danger, that are not able to be lined up to go on a fire drill, that actually have to be carried out of an area, how do we ensure their safety? So that's what a lot of the fire code does, is try to really focus on that, and you'll see how quickly this happens. One of the numbers you'll see down below that is about the fourth one down, it'll say O2, and it's 20.9%. That's the oxygen in the air, and you'll watch as that drops in there very quickly as that fire goes. So we're 3 minutes in, and you already have a well-developed fire in that room. This is the person who left something, maybe they left something on the stove, they had to go to the bathroom, they come back and they find that, right? Unless you have a huge extinguisher at this point, that is not, and that right now we are no longer in a survivable area. We are, 5-6 minutes in, and that room is not survivable. So that's how quickly these things elevate and move. We've been very, very fortunate that we have not had any fatalities in recent memory as far as in our child care areas of children or adults. But fires do happen. We had a fire in a high school in Kansas just on Friday, caused by leaving unattended food on a stove. And it unfortunately had the school resource officer had to be transported to the hospital for smoke inhalation because he was putting the fire out. So we still do face these sort of issues. You can see the fires they just didn't progress as fast. They just kind of moved. So here are just some of the common deficiencies we found, and this is just in this last year as we've been doing these inspections. A lot of it goes down to people just not properly maintaining the systems that are already in place for them to, their fire alarm systems, their smoke alarm systems, whether they're testing them properly, whether they're maintaining them, having someone come in annually and look at them, whether they're inspecting them monthly to make sure that there isn't full of dust or whatever else, right? A lot of electrical issues. As you can kind of see in the one up there to the right, that's a picture actually on an inspection that I went out with one of our inspectors. And the child care center had decided they wanted a radio in the middle of the room, so they daisy-chained extension cords together from another room over the top of the wall, across the room and down. Well, first of all, extension cords aren't made for that load. They're not made for that distance. And that would be what we consider a real fire hazard because it, over time, is going to degrade and it's going to heat and we're going to have a fire from that. The one down below here, that's where we end up with door locks. So that is the primary exit. If students were to, and staff were to get out into the playground area that's fenced, it's padlocked. And only the manager had a key to the padlock. So these are the sort of issues we're dealing with all the time, those sort of things. Fire extinguishers, those smoke detectors, all this. This is on that same one, and there's two problems here you might see. First of all, they've taken their smoke or their fire alarm pull station and they put it inside a lockbox because they didn't want the children pulling the alarm. Instead of doing some other things, there literally was a lockbox over the alarm like you'd put over a thermostat in a room. And then to the left there on the door, you can see they've placed another device on there to stop the door, another locking device. And I actually had to stop and try to figure out how to work it. You had to reach up underneath the handle and flip a switch to pull out so you can get out the exit. So in a stressful situation, in an emergency and all those things, that's just not a good practice. So those are the sort of things we find. And what do we do when we find those things? We work with those facilities to bring them into compliance. We're not issuing fines. We're not out there closing people down. What we're doing is we're having meetings with them. We're making sure that they understand. If there are issues, we work with them to find alternatives that we can put in place. For example, we found in one of our rural communities that a local fire department years ago had done an inspection on a facility and approved it when it should never have been approved in the first place. It did not have proper exits for infants and for toddlers. So what we were able to do is work with them to find other mitigating measures, such as a monitored 24/7 fire alarm system for the building, and some different things like that that we could do to try to mitigate the threat at the same time allowing them to continue operation. And then we had the one down below here, same sort of thing. We're able to take, they'd put a gate in place that hadn't been on the original plan, it hadn't been approved, and it was a throw gate like this that stopped people from exiting. And it was meant to, they were trying to guard the children from running out the door and onto a busy street. We get that. But there's a way we have to do that so that in an emergency, they can still safely leave. So we were able to adopt and give them a waiver for a newer version of the fire code that allowed a panic bar that had a 15-second delay on it. So when you pushed it, an alarm would go off, and then it would open after 15 seconds. So if a child tried to open that door, the staff would be able to pull them away before they did that. So that's all I have. That's really quick. And I wasn't sure if you had specific questions about the child care issue in general, but I stand for questions, and I do have our Chief Deputy, Rich Watson, is here, and also our Fiscal Officer, Jamie Rodvelt, in case I am not the person to answer your questions.
Thank you, Mark. Representative Waymaster.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So in the example that you have, I believe it's slide 13, in the rural town, that was a child care facility?
Yes.
So in a child care home, where it may be just an individual having a child care facility, I guess, in their house, do you have an exit plan strategy that is worked out with the fire code in regards to if it's in a home?
Yes, there are rules and regulations in place for that as far as what they have. And it goes on a case-by-case basis. We have to look at a lot of different factors in home construction, what the egress and paths are. But basically, it has to come down to, they have to have two egress paths from the rooms where those children are kept.
And these are for licensed?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Petty.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I'm just kind of going back to, so that I can be sure I understand. Are you still in the larger metropolitan areas using the fire departments, or you are not?
So the fire departments, yes and no. So that is, and this predates me, and I'm not sure of the history, I haven't found out yet, but what's been going on is annually, the fire marshal's office would sign an agreement with these fire departments, and that fire department would basically have a checklist of things they wanted to inspect in their community for us, that we would then not duplicate efforts. Because there's nothing to stop us or stop them from going in, even inspecting quarterly if they want. There's nothing that goes in. Some of these agencies charge fees for their inspections. We don't charge anything. So it becomes interesting. So some of these agencies were doing child cares already. We have pulled all of those back, so our agency is doing 100% of them. And we've had great consistency. I think it's been, we've been getting, in the beginning there was a lot of hesitation about it, but we've been getting a lot of really positive feedback about it. And we've dedicated a staff member to just do outreach and education in this area. Someone who's been an inspector, has been around, understands things, and she's able to work with people to work through the licensing processes and also to make sure that they're in compliance.
This is follow-up. So you're doing 100% of the inspections for all the child care facilities in the state?
Yes, for fire safety inspections, not for what, you know, KDHE does their other inspections for, you know, the bathrooms
Right.
proper and all those sort of things.
Right. So for example, school-age programs, or I should say school-age programs that are held in schools.
Yes.
So the school is still being inspected by the local fire department.
So so as an example, we had this happen in one of the metro areas. So yes, if in cities of the first or second class where there is a full-time fire chief or fire inspector, the state by law expects that local jurisdiction to do the inspections of their school facilities, okay? Unfortunately, that's not always done, which is a whole other discussion. But yes, we have been going in doing after-school program inspections. Unfortunately, in some of those, we found problems where the local jurisdiction hasn't been following the fire code in the first place. And so there have been some things we've had to work with some school districts on that. But it wasn't that there was a change in code or anything else. It was just that for some reason or another, somewhere along the way, they went a different direction and weren't following the fire code.
So sorry, Mr. So those schools then are getting an inspection by the local fire department. I mean, I'm from a metropolitan area. I'm from Kansas City, Kansas.
Sure.
They're getting an inspection from the local fire department. And then if they have a after-school program, they're getting an inspection from the state fire marshal for the after-school program.
For that specific area. Now, part of that is that you have different ages of children. You may have an after-school program that has children of lower age or higher. It could be in an elementary school, but take kids from all different types. So we tailor that to that use and that part of the facility only. We don't duplicate inspecting the whole building. KCK actually is one of those agencies we were talking about, and Chief and I have a great relationship, but last year, January 1st, they pulled out of doing any inspections on our behalf, and we had to suddenly take on more than 750 more inspections in KCK with our current staffing. So that's some of the issues I'd like to see us legislative at some point look at formalizing that agreement toward the locals. I'd like to see them take more control, but I think we're going to have to require responsibility, them to have the responsibility to do that. And in some of our areas, I'd love to see that. So we can focus on those areas of the state that have no fire prevention area. They don't have a local fire department that has that skill set. But that's a whole other discussion.
Right, right. It is a whole other discussion. All right, thank you.
Representative Carpenter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So how many child care facility fires did you have last year?
I don't have that information, and this is one of those issues that come up. So every fire department in the state is supposed to, by law, be reporting fires to our office. In reality, we have about a 53% compliance rate. So even if those fires take part, we aren't being notified of them. I'm not aware of any, but I don't have that data. I can ask our folks to go back and pull that data for last year from what we have. But again, that will only really be 53% of the fire departments in Kansas actually giving that reporting. So there's about 600 fire departments, a little over that in the state. That was one of the things I want to work on, but at the same time that's happening, the federal government is coming in with a replacement for what's called the National Fire Implement, which the system we have in place is NIFRS, National Fire Information Reporting System. They are rolling out a brand new one. In fact, we have some departments in Kansas who are already on pilot programs with this new program called NERIS, which is the National Emergency Reporting Information System. As that's rolled out and we put that out to more agencies, we're going to try to get more compliance because the data we have is very badly skewed.
And then, Mr. Chair,
Sure.
so what are your guidelines on fire suppression systems
Specifically,
for renovation?
that's a really, really wide question. It depends on the occupancy. It depends on the construction. It depends on a whole bunch of different factors. And if you had something more specific, we could look into it, or if you'd like to offline, we could discuss some of that. But we go by what the fire code at the time of the building's construction or modification was. So if the building was built in the 1970s and hasn't been modified since, it meets the fire code at that point. If they want to go in and say it was let's say it was a feed store in 1970, but they want to make it into apartments now, they're going to have to meet the current standards, and any of those apartments in there would have to have a sprinkler system put in.
So how much renovation is required before it gets set, that 1970 building? If they were doing how much renovation, 50% or whatever, would then a fire system be required?
Well, a lot of it depends on the change of occupancy. If a building was made, for this example, to be a feed store, and then we're going to change it to be residences, that's going to be a major change in occupancy, and that would trigger it.
I'm just dealing with childcare facilities.
Oh, I'm sorry, I apologize, no. So childcare facilities are different. So childcare facilities, they have to meet what's in place the time they license, not the time their building is built. So today, if someone is going into a 1920s building and they're building, or they're going to put a childcare center in it, they're going to have to meet current code for that facility.
And that was what
Is that where you're going? I apologize.
That's where I was going. And a lot of times, especially these childcare facilities, are not profitable in the first place. And then you throw a $100,000 or $50,000 fire suppression system on top of the cost of renovating the building. It makes it pretty difficult.
And that's one of the things I'm very proud of, and I assume you may be speaking about that in a bit, is the administration has worked very hard to make funds available to lessen that impact, to help those agencies or help those facilities come up to current standards. And I think it's a great investment in the safety of the children. And it's been very successful from everything I know. We have worked with facilities all over the state building new facilities. Unfortunately, our network was down this morning. Otherwise, I was going to tell you exactly how many new licensees we had this year that we'd inspected. But I have not had anyone come to me and say that that has been something that is stopping them from going into opening a child care center.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Other questions? Seeing none. Mark, thank you for being here today. Appreciate it. Committee, we're going to take a 10-minute break. Be back here at 11:25. Back to order. Next, we'll have the Kansas Children's Cabinet Child Care Capacity Accelerator Grants. Melissa Rooker, Executive Director of the Kansas Children's Cabinet. Melissa, welcome to committee.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. It's a pleasure to be here, and I appreciate the interest in learning more about our special project called the Child Care Capacity Accelerator. I'll just turn your attention to testimony for just a brief second. The opening of the testimony really always speaks to the creation and mission of the Children's Cabinet, which in a nutshell was created to oversee the use of the tobacco settlement funds that are appropriated to the Children's Initiative Fund. We have a governing board that makes certain grants, and then there are other funds that get transferred as pass-throughs to other state agencies. The role and responsibilities as outlined in state statute for the Children's Cabinet really speaks to our role as the point of contact for collaboration and coordination of services across multiple state agencies, working to break down barriers and silos and the types of hurdles that get set up by having components of our early childhood care and education ecosystem spread across multiple state agencies. So we are a convener and kind of help coordinate things. So I think it's in the spirit of that role. Can you add the slides? In the spirit of that role, we were selected to coordinate a fund that we named the Child Care Capacity Accelerator that involves $20 million that was appropriated by it was recommended by the Spark Committee, the Health and Education Subcommittee reported out a recommendation to help improve capacity for childcare across the state. The Spark recommendation went to the State Finance Council, and in the end we were awarded $20 million of those funds that are flexible enough that we could issue grants for the construction or major renovation of childcare facilities across the state. Our partners at the Department for Children and Families saw fit to at first match with $20 million, and ultimately they added an additional $11 million for a total of $31 million from a strand of American Rescue Plan funding known as it's Child Care Development Block Grant, which is an existing federal block grant program, but the American Rescue Plan included ARPA dollars, and there's a discretionary fund that was used to give us $31 million of additional funding to braid into this grant program. You cannot use what we call CCDF, as the shorthand. Those funds cannot be used for construction or renovation activities. So those were channeled, they were braided into this grant program as major startup operations funding, activities to recruit the staff needed, to train, to do those things, to make sure we had the staffing, that classrooms were equipped with art supplies and curriculum materials and little people tables and chairs and the kinds of things that turn a room into a childcare environment. We then identified in an existing federal grant that the Children's Cabinet is the state lead for, called the Preschool Development Grant. We had $1 million that we had available to repurpose. We got permission from our federal project partners to create another strand of this accelerator grants for what we called innovation communities. And that was to give a sequence of awards to allow communities to pilot strategies that would help meet their localized needs. And then finally, in all of this, we ended up with a gift from the Patterson Family Foundation to add capacity for the construction grants in rural communities. So their catchment area of focus for the Patterson Foundation has to do with rural counties, its population numbers and socioeconomic data points that their foundation has selected. I think it tracks pretty closely to our RAWS communities, to be honest. I think it's 95 of the 105 counties are eligible, but their funds were channeled into awards for those specific communities. The purpose is to recognize that childcare is, the issues we face as a state are complex issues. It's a multifaceted problem. It will take a multifaceted response from not just the state, not just the feds, but also the private sector, the business community, the philanthropic community, parents and providers all have a role to play. We really tailored the RFP in this program to require community coalition building, to bring communities together as teams around the table to be able to problem solve for their own unique needs. In some communities, they had physical spaces. They did not have the staff that could populate those classrooms or run the programs. In other communities, it was the lack of space. Some communities had existing space that needed alterations to be actually usable, to expand. They had viable programs that could take more children if they could just get those other 2 rooms outfitted the right way. So we really tried to tailor the approach and defer to the needs of the local communities through this work. Most of the time, what the challenge is that funders don't want to pay for construction and major renovation. So it was a great gift to have the Spark funding that was flexible enough under the federal criteria and allocated to us for this purpose to be able to actually grant funds that could be used to install a fire safety system in an old church you want to convert to a child care program, or convert a duplex into viable space for 2 providers, 1 on each side, that kind of thing. So after we have provided this report, and this is available on our website, and KLRD will get it posted on the legislative website as well, but it is a 1-year progress update on how we're doing. And so it's that report that provides the context for the remarks that I have for you today. We will continue to evaluate the impact these funds are having. We have different, each of the different funds has its own timeline. So this has been a actual juggling act. Some recipients of grants received more than 1 strand of the funding, and they have had to work with us very closely to make sure timelines and specific funding criteria are met for each source of funding received. There are certain cases where a program may have only received 1 form of the funding. We have all kinds of different iterations. But this has been a true partnership and collaboration. We could not have initiated this program without the support of the state fire marshal and the licensing agency at KDHE, DCF and their partnership, and even Department of Education, because we do have some school district involvement with some of the programs around the state. What we can report is that I stand before you today reporting out that we so far have created 3,340 brand new childcare slots across the state. There will be another 2,000 or so created in the long run by the full completion of the grant program. But that is to date, and of those, 1,368 are slots for infants or children under the 18 months of age. We have 28 brand new childcare facilities now open across 20 counties in Kansas, and we can report that 448 brand new we've hired 448 new childcare professionals to staff those new programs. So we're really pleased with the progress. We know staffing has been a perennial problem. It's tied to lower wages in the profession. It's tied to a variety of reasons why it's hard to compete when you're out in a Southwest Kansas community and corrections needs to hire, and there's a full state benefits package and much higher wages. We have had reports of a shift in workforce in certain areas just due to competition. So we're grateful for the programs that have done the work to bring in new recruits and provide the training to get them in facilities. But a lot of this, as I mentioned before, we aren't just building from greenfield. We are leveraging existing assets across the communities in the state as appropriate in those communities. So we see, we have in Reno County, the Reno County Child Care Task Force has multiple partners at the table and multiple sites so when we report that we have 63 grantees, we actually have 97 sites across the state because certain grantees are managing projects in multiple locations. The Reno County Partnership is one of them, and it's been definitely very successful. They've been working with the city of Pretty Prairie to open 2 group homes, which will constitute the first child care facilities in that community. They're working with Central Christian School to expand 2 sites to increase license capacity significantly. USD 312's Haven facility opened in the fall they've created 100 slots. USD 313 in Bueller will serve children from birth to school age with 88 new slots, et cetera. So there are multiple sites in this partnership. The partnership is led by the Reno County Chamber of Commerce, and they have 8 sites. So not all brand new construction, often it's the major renovations that need to happen. Another partner grant recipient we wanted to highlight is USD 461 in Neodesha. They opened their early learning center after working since 2017 to secure funding and local support. They serve children birth to 5 and have created 100 new slots. This is helping support job creation in regions across the state, Neodesha being one of those areas where their workforce had some challenges accessing childcare. They have a partnership we wanted to feature. It's a public-private partnership with local employers. 5 local employers are participating in a program where if the employer donates $10,000 to the childcare initiative, their employees are receiving a discount onto it. So we have 5 employers in that community that have participated. That has been a model that we've been excited to see forming. The Greater Topeka Partnership is another example. They've partnered with Child Care Aware of Eastern Kansas to use our accelerator funding to support 8 child care programs in this region. The building blocks at Stormont Vale renovated an existing building, they increased from 192 to 338 childcare slots between their 2 locations. So that's the kind of growth we're excited to see. We also are excited when it's small growth, when it's the duplex where you can have two licensed childcare homes, 1 on each side. So you're talking a max capacity of 12 in each program. So the numbers are smaller, but the impact in the community can be just as profound when it's a community that prior to that did not have a child care program. So what we're seeing as part of our model, there is a required community match. We had, if you recall the funding numbers, we had $54.5 million all told to grant. We saw $58 million worth of local match documented in the applications that were approved. We had 3 times as much funding requested as we had to give across the 2 rounds of grant awards. We have fully awarded all of the funds. It's the Spark funding has another year or so to spend down. So these projects are all underway, but the funding itself is all encumbered. It's obligated to specific grant awards, and they're making good progress. So in those local partnerships, we see business investments. So I mentioned the program in Neodesha. We also see, like with the example of Creekstone Farms, they had an existing structure on their site in Cali County that they that was donated as site for a childcare program. They've contracted with an outside childcare provider. So Creekstone can continue to focus on packaging their quality meat, and the childcare provider can focus on taking care of kids. But by providing the space as the launch pad for this program, it's one way to help bend the cost curve for operating the childcare program, because it helps with some of that overhead. So our grant funding helped renovate the building, and again, the cost of renting space and upgrading space has been handled through both the company's investment and the grant program. Creekstone is also a company that has committed to helping pay a portion of tuition for their employees moving forward. Let me remember to advance. So we have a second program that is related but not the same, and I wanted to take a minute to bring some information to you about what we call the Capital Projects Fund. This is a different grant. It's a different source of federal funding. It was American Rescue Plan. It's an allocation that the U.S. Treasury is administering. The name of it is the Capital Projects Fund, and it took us 18 months of negotiating with U.S. Treasury to get permission to spend for the funding in this manner, but ultimately we got their approval. The fund was originally designated in the 2021 legislation Congress passed for broadband infrastructure. And then when subsequent legislation passed federally that infused major investments into the broadband space, they went back and revisited the rules for these funds and created the Capital Projects Fund, which requires some very specific activities for the buildings. They allow the construction of buildings that are multi-purpose community facilities, broadband enabled, so you still have that connection, addressing needs revealed by the COVID-19 pandemic, and space needs in communities were one of the things. When you hear about having to pull a school bus into a McDonald's parking lot to have Wi-Fi available in those early days. So building a building that's Wi-Fi equipped and broadband equipped and offers community space that facilitates their requirements were three very specific activities. Work, education, and healthcare were the three key activities. You had to have services in these multi-purpose community facilities that fit those three buckets. Our original pitch was childcare does that. If you have a workforce that needs childcare, there's your workforce piece. Kids are educated in those classrooms, so that's the education. And a lot of our programs do developmental and health screenings of kids on site. And so we thought we hit all of the criteria, and they looked at us and said, "What are you talking about?" Because this was not their frame of expertise. So we went through 7 layers of follow-up questions with them to get to an approved plan. Our projects will all do those very specific activities. They gave us permission to also require that there be childcare space in the buildings built. So we ended up with $38 million worth of grants given with this funding to 10 projects. So larger grant, the largest was 4.9. We kept it under 5 million for federal criteria reasons. So, and they too had to have community match and do a lot of work to make sure that these facilities met all the criteria. Each of the 10 has its own flavor. Each of the 10 is super exciting to see coming along and coming to fruition. Last week I was in Wichita for a site visit with Storytime Village, which is one of our grantees. And while I'm talking, this is, the blue dots are the Child Care Capacity Accelerator. The gold shields are the 10 sites with the capital projects funds. There is a little bit of overlap in a couple areas because of the overall cost of projects. They might have gotten seed money from Accelerator and construction funding from CPF. But I feel like they're aligned enough that I wanted to bring you an update on these as well. The timeline is different, so we've not yet done our progress report on the CPF, but rest assured the cabinet takes our reporting requirements very seriously, and we will provide that. We have Storytime Village building a literacy center. It's a neighborhood. It's a 1 block square piece of ground adjacent to Wichita State University on the east side of the campus. In a neighborhood, they will build a literacy, they are a literacy program, so they will build facilities for their own program. They're bringing in a pediatrician to set up office space. They will have childcare down one side of the complex, the pediatrician on another. Second floor space will have some of the workforce training. The area technical college is one of their partners. We are funding the conversion of one of the juvenile detention facilities. The state sold off to this one to St. Benedict's Abbey, Benedictine College, in Atchison. And the facility that used to be the state juvenile detention center in that region will become a campus of sorts. It will have a child care space. It will have a health clinic. It will have a dorm. I think they'll provide pregnancy counseling and a space for pregnant moms if they need to have safe space to stay. I think there's plans for a partnership with, I want to say YMCA, but that's off the top of my head. So it will have the right ingredients and be this beautiful campus in Atchison. We've got Hayes Med is another. Theirs is a multi-generational facility adjacent to the medical center. So it will be senior care, housing and care, and child care in one site, which is a really exciting program. So we see a whole host of different types of projects that reflect the work done by the community coalitions across the state. All involve private sector partnership, all involve deep ties to community providers and needs, and include ingredients that we love to see with school districts involved, and their CTE programs in certain communities are contributing to the pipeline to have high school students explore childcare as a career option, and working with the junior colleges as appropriate. So there's a lot of different ways that we are tapping into the network of resources across the state with this program. Our preschool development grant has done this work. It was a one-year innovation grant. The pilot programs in that space have led to a number of innovations that we're actually starting to scale to broader audiences through a new round of preschool development grant funding. So we had a program called Mindful Minis that piloted an approach to help with childcare provider burnout and some of the mental health needs that they saw in the children. It's a professional development program to help give the providers the the training and tools they need to better cope with their own level of stress and the things that the behaviors that they're seeing in children. So they're going to train other providers in the state through some additional grant funding through a renewal of our preschool development grant. We also have a substitute care model that was piloted in the accelerator program, and Robin is starting to train with, we're giving her a preschool development grant. She's located in Abilene, and she developed a computer, I think a software model to help with the scheduling and the tracking of credentials and all of that. And she's working to provide substitute care for childcare providers in her region and is looking to grow to reach more. So we're seeing lots of innovation happening, lots of new ideas. Along the way, as we are building and renovating facilities, it takes teamwork. So the licensing division at KDHE has been working hand in hand with our grantees. The fire marshal's office has been terrific at making sure we aren't creating long delays and keeping the process moving. A couple other things, as long as I'm here and before I turn it over to the committee for questions, I just want to note that the question of the fire marshal about the cost of compliance, this is helping some programs renovate buildings and meet the big ticket items that come with that. This year, there was a line item in the CIF budget transferred to KDHE for health and safety grants. So the agency is doing smaller scale grants to help programs with the cost of alterations to their physical spaces that are part of meeting licensing requirements. So we are mindful that that can be a burden. The other benefit for child care professionals across the state is for one more year, squeezing the last drops out of a source of pandemic relief funding, there was a strand of funding allocated to private schools. It was the Emergency Assistance for Non-Public Schools. The acronym is EANS. Lots of rules for how that funding would be allocated out and used and what qualified, what did. All of that was handled. In the end, the rules for recouped funds that were left unspent were to give it to the governor's emergency education relief program. $2.6 million was this fall reallocated to cover the cost of the fingerprint and background check process and the license fees for one more year for child care providers. That is an allowable use of those funds under the federal criteria, and we thought that would be of a pretty big assistance to providers across the state. So KDHE is monitoring that program and will undoubtedly be able to report the metrics of how many providers used it, how many were brand new, how many were renewed, all of those things down the road once we've seen expenditures of those funds. That will expire, I think it's December of 2025 is the end date, the absolute end of those dollars. So just wanted to make sure you had awareness of that. And with that, Mr. Chair, there's a million other things I could probably talk about, but I would be happy to stand for questions.
Thank you, Melissa. Questions? Representative Waymaster.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Melissa, for being here. You had mentioned the Patterson Family Foundation, but last year in the budget, we had allocated funds with the Dangy Hansen Foundation, and I was just kind of wondering exactly how that partnership is working with Dangy Hansen.
We love working with Hansen. So yes, there was a $5 million line item. Proviso said one-time use of funds to fund an endowment in Northwest Kansas. This is a pilot. It was brought to us by Dangy Hansen. It was their board. The idea is create a regional endowment. So in that 26 county catchment region that Hansen operates in. And I've learned it's Saline County, west and north to both borders, all the counties in between. They are building an endowment. So the Hansen board voted to allocate $5 million as the seed money. This $5 million transfer from the state is the match. The Patterson Foundation board allocated $1 million this year and a commitment to revisit that with the idea that they may be willing to go 5 years out and match that $5 million amount over time. And then Hansen has taken on the role as the chief solicitor of funds from the private sector. They are looking to fundraise with a target goal of $20 to $25 million in an endowment that will support child care related activities in Northwest Kansas. It will be for scholarships and grants to help providers with that overhead, with things that cost money that weren't budgeted. If there's a storm that blows the roof off and you go, yes, you're insured, but we all know there's a big deductible that usually has to be paid. A child care provider may not have that kind of savings, so the endowment would give a grant to cover the out-of-pocket cost of replacing that roof. Or it might be, we have a model that is called Baby Steps, which is a financial incentive program. Right now, that is funded by the Patterson Family Foundation. It's in rural communities across the state. It's an incentive, a financial incentive for a provider to sign up infants into their licensed slots. We have a lot of situations where providers are licensed to care for infants, they choose not to. This is a financial incentive that has been fully subscribed and wildly popular. So it may be that kind of financial framework. It could be any number of things that meet those local needs to keep the doors of childcare open and operating and in providing good quality care. So that's been successful. If I may, since this is the budget committee, our board in June took a look at our budget recommendations for FY26 for the CIF, and we had the Division of Budget projections for the ending balance in the key fund at the end of 2025. We are structurally imbalanced in a scary way. The annuity that was received by the state from the tobacco settlement was $49 million this year. Our budget ballooned up to almost $62 million with some changes made during all of the steps in the budget process. Things that were originally proposed as SGF, there were 3 line items added to the CIF budget as tobacco funded instead. All are worthy, important initiatives, but it will leave our key fund ending balance at $11 million at the end of 2025. We can't run a budget the size we currently have and cover the gap if the annuity remains below 50. Like our budget this year for the CIF was $61.6 or $7 million. The annuity is 49. So that gap is being covered out of the key fund ending balance. It will leave us with $11 million. What we as a board, what the board recommended in our budget recommendation that is feeding its way up through the process is that we cut the 3 brand new line items not be renewed this year. So unfortunately, it is the health and safety grants to KDHE. It's a $1.1 million add-on to DCF for the Child Care Workforce Registry. That is being put to good use, helping build this online registry. We cannot, as a recurring cost, support it the way it's currently being supported with that $1.1 million and then this $5 million commitment. We're excited to partner and work with all of those recipients, but we can't do that again this year and without funding to cut. Like, we're just out of whack to to speak plainly. If we get $49 million, $50 million from the annuity, plus the $11 million in the key fund at the end of the year, there we are at 61 million. We're not quite covering that current budget amount. So I just want to bring that to your attention because I know it's tempting to say, there's money in the key fund, let's just use that. That money is the cushion that cushions when our budget is bigger than the annuity in a given year. So just laying that out there. But we are excited about all of the development that is happening.
Well, and you kind of alluded to the comments I was going to make at the very end, but
Sorry.
you're talking about the budget, because I did hear, and I don't know if Senator Billinger was on that particular time with the appeals to the Department of Administration. And so I heard that when you did that last week. But I know Senator Petty, myself, you, we served on the Early Childhood Task Force. And I was a little dismayed last session that we did not have the child care bill that went through, did not go through entirely the legislature, passed the House, but did not pass the Senate. But I think it's essential for child care providers and also streamlining the child care process throughout the state of Kansas, because we have 3 or 4 different agencies that have their hand in child care, and we need to streamline that because it is pivotal for the economy for the state of Kansas. So like I said, I was dismayed that that bill did not go through. Actually, I spoke in favor of the bill down on the House floor until the minority leader called a point of order on me, which I still don't understand why he did that, but it is imperative that we get that bill passed this next session. Also, we did not want to create a new agency, so we were going to have the child care services all funneled into your agency with a different name. I can't remember exactly what the name was going to be.
Well, we would be part of the office,
Right.
so the cabinet would, but yes, the idea is not a new standalone, but, and there's a couple ways we could talk about revisiting the concept, and that bill included licensing rule and reg updates that have been enacted already through the process. So we have a brand new comprehensive overhaul of child care licensing rules and regs. The modernization is of 3/4 of those rules is in place and has been since August. So we see enhanced ratios, simplified training process requirement, like those things that were the desired outcomes of legislative action have been handled through that promulgation process. The final 25% are in process. They're with the Attorney General waiting his review, so they've made it through multiple steps in that process. It has to do with the after school and out of school time care category of programs. So it's typically older school age children, and it's the Boys and Girls Clubs, YMCA type requirements. So don't know that we need the same bill revived, but the concept of finding a way to streamline and align this universe is something we would dearly love.
Well, and I think the streamlining is the most important part, because right now some childcare providers don't know where to go, because you have numerous agencies who are handling different aspects of childcare, and also with things that are going on in my district back home, where you see education learning centers closing because of low enrollment, so they're not being utilized as learning centers. And so the idea is to convert those then to daycare facilities, which I saw in your example. There are about 2 that I saw where they were being converted into daycare facilities. And then also, if there happens to be any federal guidelines in regards to those learning centers, and it's a lot easier if it was all streamlined into one particular agency. And I would just also say that if that were to pass, which I hope it does, I would say that we need to have the entire budget for the children's cabinet intact. And because I know there's a portion of it that's in K through 12, but if we are going to streamline everything, the entire budget needs to be a standalone.
The way the legislature has built the budget over the last number of years, even those of you serving on Ways and Means and Appropriations do not get the full picture of our CIF budget, because a piece of it goes into the budget bill that has the base operations for DCF and KDHE and all the other state agencies. The other piece of it goes in the education bill. And when those are not in the same package, this is one of those idiosyncrasies of that work, is that you're not seeing the complete CIF as a whole. You are seeing piecemeal as certain budgets come before you. And it becomes difficult to get a sense of something like that structural imbalance when you're not able to get a full 360 view of how those funds are being used. The D of A budget has the key fund in it for the appropriation purposes. So we are in multiple places in the state budget when we're actually one contained Children's Initiative Fund budget. So I will offer to work with you all and help provide whatever information is helpful to help all of you as the session unfolds and the budget work commences. So
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative Hoffman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Melissa, on the, well, it's the one that leveraging existing assets. I was just curious, I was just looking at the picture, and it appears that the Pretty Prairie one is a community daycare. I mean, that's what it says on the.
I brought my phone a friend.
Well,
This is Sarah Gardner from the University of Kansas Center for Public Partnerships and Research. They are more, they work with us, and Sarah is more hands-on, so she confirms it is a community center.
So my question is why two separate spaces? When you have a house, why two separate spaces? For two separate, it appears it's two different daycares.
So what we're trying to do is meet needs expressed in communities. So, we don't want to come in as a state from the top down and say, you don't need any home-based childcare providers anymore. We're going to build you a childcare center. So it's tailoring spaces in communities. And in that area, I think we identified as a childcare desert. So it's, I think that designation officially, you have 11 children for each childcare slot. So that kind of lack of space for the need that exists is, it creates a desert effect. And so we're just trying to make sure that we are offering space to accommodate the needs of the community. There's a table at the back of this report that gives you a breakdown of progress to date for these. So you can see each specific grant recipient. So that.
I saw that.
Yeah.
Maybe I didn't, I may have not asked my question exactly right. I'm not, I guess my question is if you're going to have, if you have one community daycare, or if the community is doing the daycare center, why two separate daycare centers in the same building? That's, I guess that's.
Oh, well, it has to do, that becomes a question of the license category. And so to run a childcare center, you need things. You need a center assist, is it the assistant director that becomes the extra? Yeah, do you want to come meet my friend Derek from Childcare Licensing, the Family Bureau?
All right, thank you. Thank you, Representative. I'm Derek Florlock. I'm the Bureau Director for Family Health at KDHE. So childcare licensing is one of the programs that sits in my bureau. Essentially, in this situation, instead of, so we have license types. We have family childcare home, childcare centers, preschools, and then there's other programs, but those are the main ones we're focusing on for this. Typically, and more so in our rural communities, instead of going towards a childcare center, which has a little bit higher staff qualifications, and also the fire marshal, you heard earlier some fire code requirements around that. Instead, what we can do is actually come in and say, okay, this is actually two separate licensed premises, and we can call it a child care home. That's just the program type. Sometimes we can actually do family child care homes. They're not necessarily in a a person's residence, but they're in that style of setting, if that makes any sense at all. So in this situation, a family child care home, you have a max capacity, what we would say, a total of 12 children. And so in this situation, we have 2 separate licensed premises. You might have a duplex or some sort of facility that has 2 family child care homes in the same geographical location in the state's eyes, 2 separate licenses. Now you can serve 24 children instead of maybe it would have been 1 family child care home and then it's 12. Maybe it's a child care center, but they have a struggle recruiting and retaining professionals in that area of the state. It really just kind of depends. It's just the flexibility that we've kind of tried to come in from the licensing side to provide. So this is not the only instance where this has occurred too. There's been other situations, like I said, duplexes, community centers, other settings too that I could pull info for you all on that as well. So
Okay, interesting. I mean, it appears that you would duplicate some services because of that, like kitchens and all that kind of stuff. Or, I mean, am I right?
Yes and no. A home, there's not the same right. There's not the same requirements for kitchen appliances, overhead, the fire suppression systems and things like that. So there's really not in a home setting. Some of these we see people that will cater in outside foods. Sometimes they're just preparing as they would in a normal home where it's, let me go get the food for the kiddos out of the kitchen that exist in the duplex or what have you. And hopefully I'm answering that correctly, or we can have another discussion too if I.
Yeah, we can have a discussion. It just appears to me that maybe we still have some work to do on the licensing. Maybe we're making it a little more complicated than we need to make it. And you're following the regulations, but it appears maybe that the regulations still have some work to do as far as, I mean, you're basically creating. It just seems like a lot of work to increase the number of kids when you
We
just have it
do
all
have a
together.
pilot going on. It's a small center pilot that would bridge the gap between the 12 that you can have in the
So without the fire marshal here, I can't speak. I can speak what I know. Once you get above 12 kids in a setting, it requires the commercial fire systems. And so that's why we try to max our regulations at 12, because of the fire code itself.
Right, but I mean, you still have 24. I mean, it sounds like to me maybe we need to do some work in the fire marshal's regulations then. I mean, so just my observation. So
I think that's uniform fire code. I think that will be a bigger conversation than just our state fire marshal's office. It has to do with occupancy rates, the number of humans in a dwelling versus what turns it into a commercial space, is my understanding of that. So we have a couple interesting considerations that have come up in this last year. There is a trend, it's not unique to Kansas, but it is happening in Kansas. We've heard from child care providers having trouble with their insurance company because the insurer does not want to provide the liability insurance for more than a certain number of children. And we've heard from providers who've been canceled for having more than 6 children in their home. That's a problem, and I reached out for information to see if this was something with a particular carrier here in Kansas. It is not. It's trending across the country. So when we have the idea that we can solve a problem by relaxing this rule, it can create some unintended consequences in the meantime. So allowing more kids in a home-based setting is going to create a different form of pressure to actually run that business. So there's always a balancing act to what is the right set of metrics to get the job done. I think the small center pilot is an innovative approach that will provide, we're piloting it, and is successful with the providers involved so far. I think the agency is looking at how we scale this and make it more available. It gives you a category of license that is more than 12, less than 24, so you still don't hit those center-based requirements. It creates a more viable path to opening doors for a community where 24 is the comfortable number of slots that would be helpful. So just offering that we are looking at ways to.
Yeah, it's great. And I'm not being critical of what you're doing. I mean, you're finding an innovative way to make it work. I just, simplifying, is always better to try to make it easier to do it. I mean, I appreciate the work you're doing to try to make it work under the regulations and under the laws that are there. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Helgerson.
Thank you very much for your information. Going back to the capacity accelerators, the 20 million was Spark funds. The 31 million was from DCF, the million from planning grant, and then the 2.5 from Patterson.
Correct.
That was the budget for this year, and it's not exactly a 1 year, it'll go a year and a half or 2 years or whatever.
So,
All that's so one-time money?
yes.
So what happens, was any of this done for staffing?
We used the DCF funding was the startup operations that was used for like there's just overhead that is involved once you've built the room, right? Part of that, yes, is staffing, recruiting staff and training staff. Part of our grant criteria required the grantees, successful applicants, submitted a sustainability plan. So the idea is to help with, it's like any business, you need capital to open doors, and then how are you going to sustain that moving forward? Yeah.
Where's the second year come from? Or I know it won't be exactly the second year, but if you're using any of this for staffing, and later on you use it for staffing, where are you going to come up with the money?
So you need to think about it this way. When you build your space, you open doors for business, and you are licensed for 100 children. You don't turn the switch on and have 100 kids overnight. So the startup capital that we provided is that bridge financing that helps them make ends meet while they are working to enroll and ramp up enrollment of their kids. Their business model, their plans that they submitted to us should include their budgeting projections for how they will manage their costs when they are fully enrolled. Our grants, we gave one-time grant funding. There is a time horizon that spans more than one calendar or fiscal year to spend those funds, but there's no more funding coming from our program.
So it's not anticipated by them or by the individuals that received the grants coming back to the state for funds?
Our grants were made the RFP was very clear, and the grant program, there's no promise of additional funding for this menu of grant recipients.
Yeah, final question, and I appreciate your patience. 38 million from U.S. Treasury ARPA Capital Projects Fund. Did that go through the governor's office?
It's the recovery office is involved, so I would say yes.
Was it appropriated by the legislature?
It is part of a direct. The program itself from the American Rescue Plan there's two forms of broadband, and you all probably are more familiar with it. There are two broadband-related programs that are also funded from this same pool of money. The state had an allowance in this fund, and this was approved as the breakdown was the funding for the capital projects fund. So beyond that, I can't speak to.
Thank you.
Yeah.
There's one final thing. The chairman brought up the bill that went in front of the House. As I remember, there was a discussion on whether or not that was going to save us any money or cost us. It was 13 million. Was that right? That it was going to cost SGF appropriation of $13 million additional funds?
That feels like a lifetime ago. I can't recall, but there were things added to that package that may have had pieces of that fiscal note. That's what I would want to revisit. I don't think the plan that the task force presented carried a fiscal note, as I recall, but I do think as the bill got built out, there were elements of
In
it.
front of the Appropriations Committee, as I remember, was 13 million
Okay.
additional. Thank you very much.
Senator Petty.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I very much agree with Representative Waymaster about the bill that was introduced last year and about seeing it move ahead again this year. And I don't think that from a budget perspective that we should be surprised that there would be some cost involved because we're talking about streamlining, we're talking about putting together all of those parts of departments that are within other agencies. And we just know from experience from other states that you have to look at how, for example, what the computer system is going to be like. Talking about some kind of cost that would streamline the whole program of childcare in our state of Kansas, I think makes a lot of sense. To think it has no cost impact at all. I would say we haven't seen any other programs that have come forward that didn't have any cost involved with them. I just want to say that I have to give a lot of credit to the Children's Cabinet because and staff and your partners that you work with for the increase in licensed child care slots that we have been created in the state of Kansas and so impressively across the state of Kansas because even though I live in a more densely populated part of the state, we know that child care, we know that we as a state are constantly looking for companies that want to move to different parts of our state. I just was last week at a one-day event in Johnson County, and it was about housing. And so the fact that, and the two top things that were mentioned were housing and childcare being top needs. Melissa, as always, I think you've given us a lot of information. I did want to ask about when under the accelerator grant and creating the 3,300 plus new child care slots. And the great part is that the number that for infants, are these communities able to have the staff to help to provide for that licensed capacity?
I think overall the answer is yes, we're seeing that. You see it in the number of new hires that we can document through these projects. It doesn't mean it's uniform and it doesn't mean it's easy. So it's not without effort to go out and figure out how are we recruiting, how are we filling existing needs. And so that's where it becomes important to remember that the need doesn't look the same in every community. It is truly a localized issue, whether you there's a provider who retired and her space is still there and turnkey, but we got to find someone who wants to buy that business, whether it's the quintessential grandma that's been caring for kids in her home for years and has just finally reached that point where she too wants to retire. How do you fill those needs across the state. And it's no different than what we hear coming out of the judicial branch about the lack of attorneys, or the healthcare sector. We're losing doctors, and like, this is all part of that same big puzzle. So we're just trying to address this as best we can with partnership with our local communities to help them help solve for the issues that they see in their own areas. So it's working. We have a pipeline. There is a CTE pathway in our high schools. And I actually was at a groundbreaking, and I was introduced to a high school student who graduated in May and opened her own childcare center. So, we're seeing people still have that heart for the work and want to go into that field. You can connect to community colleges and technical colleges to do some of that training. You can go right into the profession with just a few hours, the required, not just a few, but the required number of licensing classes can get you certified to do this. So you don't need a advanced degree through the higher ed path. We've tried to create a career pathway for childcare that helps support the professional development, coming at it from whatever angle works for a given provider. So it may be just life experience, it may be more training, it may be higher education. So
I'll just add lastly, that career pathway, we have to, I know some think that we're taking on another support system when we talk about child care on the state perspective, but we do have to have child care providers that are making a livable wage. And if we don't, then we will always have this shortage within all our communities across the state. So I think that's something we have to be totally aware of. And I have to, I have to compliment everyone that was involved on reworking the rules and regs. I think that just the conversation that went on about why would there be in a duplex with two child care facilities, not just one, it shows the flexibility and recommendations that can come about so that you don't have to meet a higher standard that involves more cost, and you can still provide quality child care. So I applaud them.
Am I correct that one of the findings in our accelerator is that we do see that these grantees pay higher wages? So it's helping to focus time and attention from communities. It's made possible in part by, in some cases, it's the business community stepping up and providing some contribution. It's the lower overhead that comes from a company donating land so that you no longer will have a mortgage to pay or rent to pay for the facility. That takes that burden off the overhead budget and allows for the work to support the staff needed. So, yeah.
Any other questions? Melissa, I got a couple. First off, thank you for all you do. Just childcare issue is really quite a hurdle, and thank you for working on that. You spent $54.5 million and have created 5,655 new slots. You mentioned something about $30 million and 10 new projects. Is that over and above this?
Yes.
So we're talking almost $100 million.
We are.
And when you look at this per slot, that's a lot of money.
It is if you're looking at it in the context of 1 year. Like 1 year, you're spending this, you're creating that many slots. These are generational investments. These are assets for the community that will exist long beyond this year's group of children. So it's that many each year that of new capacity, but year over year, it will have a compounding effect.
In 50 years, it'll be more affordable. I understand. It just, these are competitive. I just want to make sure that everybody knows that, these programs are available and that they are competitive. We're not choosing winners and losers. So thank you for coming in today. Appreciate the input, and Committee, we are going to recess for lunch. So thank you. Next item we have is Kansas Department of Aging and Disability Services. We'll have Andy Brown. Andy, welcome committee.
Thank you, Chairman. My name is Andy Brown. I'm the Deputy Secretary for Programs at KDADS. And I'm going to go over a little bit of information about the ADRC contract and the $5 million appropriation for core funding for the AAAs that was awarded last year. So the procurement process is currently ongoing around the ADRC contract, so it limits the amount of information that we can share in testimony currently. But we have a sealed bid and related documents that are going to be exempt until after the bid is accepted or all bids are rejected. The ADRC contract does go out for bid every 5 years per Kansas rules on procurement. The current contract goes through December 31st of 2024. There is an option to extend the current contract in the event that a new vendor is selected and a transition date needs to be established. In the past, there has been one contract that covers both the assessment side and the providing services side. The current RFP separates contracted entities conducting assessments from other ADRC functions. And that separation is done specifically to try to address conflict of interest. So dividing those roles ensures that there is a focus on providing unbiased information and referrals, and assessments are only conducted when reasonable indicators justify them, avoiding unnecessary evaluations and maintaining the integrity of the system. Are there any questions about the ADRC contract?
Questions? Representative Carpenter.
So, and maybe this will get into some stuff you may not be able to discuss in public, but so you had bidders and some bidders didn't bid on what they bid on last year or 5 years ago.
Right.
And so you're struggling with, or they're struggling with.
Yeah, so we're reviewing the bids that we received. We had obviously two areas for the proposals to come in at in order to maintain that conflict of interest separation. So there's two bids that are separate bids that we're reviewing and working on trying to get agreements in place. And once those agreements are in place, we'll be able to come back to the legislature and talk about that process at that time.
But you do have bids for both
Yes.
contracts? Okay, very good. Thank you.
Other questions? I might ask you a couple of them here. Andy, don't you think this will make the services accessible more confusing when you start splitting these two up? They've been together for 25 years or 20 years or whatever it's been. So my concern is we're going to have a lot of confusion and I'm not sure we're going to get the service that our elderly deserve.
Yeah, I agree there's the potential for confusion. And we're going to be doing our best to try to mitigate that. But this does have to do with really trying to follow CMS rules and guidance around how to handle conflict of interest.
Have we had a lot of
You
conflict?
guys said CMS, what I meant was older Americans.
Have we had a lot of conflict? It's been working for 25 years.
Well, I would say that we haven't had anything separated during that time.
You say you haven't not?
We have not had we've not had separate contracts during that period of time.
Right, and we've had no issues. And now all of a sudden we're wanting to split them up. And my concern is especially for rural Kansas, this is going to be a potential bad issue.
We are going to do our best to try to mitigate those kinds of problems.
And here's another one, I guess, shouldn't KDADS adhere to the state plan and keep the ADRCs intact instead of separating them?
So we're currently working on a new state plan that will be filed with ACL. We've done some outreach in the communities around that state plan. And our hope is that that new plan will reflect this process.
So other than a conflict, which we haven't had for 25 years, there's no good reason to split these apart, is there?
I think the issue behind conflict of interest is that we really are looking to try to make sure that there's efficiency within the system and that only the people that need to have those assessments are having the assessments done by the assessment contractor.
You know, that sounds good, but here again, in reality, his grandpa comes in and he's 85 years old and doesn't know the system or whatever. We need to have people in place there that can answer these questions and take care of his needs.
Yeah.
And my worry is that this isn't going to happen when we start splitting this stuff up.
Well, our goal is to, like I said, mitigate that as much as possible and try to make sure that we do have access for those kinds of services and questions.
Right. Well, that's a good goal, but you know what? We've been 25 years and it's worked just fine. And all of a sudden, we got new goals. That's a concern to me. Any other questions? Representative Carpenter.
To follow up, so how many of these assessments do you think there will be that they're doing now that are unnecessary then?
I think we'd have to come back, Representative Carpenter, to get those numbers.
One of your primary reasons for separating this out is because they're doing assessments unnecessarily?
That's the reason the federal government is recommending states do conflict-free assessments.
So this is a federal deal?
It's federal guidance, yeah.
Much the same way as casework? Okay. And how much time do we have to do this?
So the contract that we're talking about for the ADRCs will end at the end of December this year. But the requirements for conflict of interest, I believe, is lined up with 2026.
And this is a 5-year contract, so that's why we're doing it now. I do have some reservations, much like the chairman. But anyway.
So do you have a letter from CMS says we're, after 25 years, we're not doing what we're supposed to do?
So there's a final access rule for OAA, and I believe the language is in that final access rule.
I'd like a copy of that. Any other questions? Go ahead and proceed, please.
All right. So the other topic that I was asked to come here today and talk about was the $5 million appropriation for AAAs for core funding. During the budget process last year, the legislature added $5 million for that purpose in the 2024 Senate Bill 28. So KDAS has been working with the AAAs on distribution of the funds. There are 11 AAAs throughout the state, and they decided that they would like to see those funds split evenly across the 11 AAAs. There are 3 AAA contracts that are left to be finalized at this point. 2 of those, the Central Plains AAA and the Johnson County AAA, are awaiting approval from their county commissions. And the North Central Flint Hills AAA is working on their budget for the agreement, and we are expected to receive that by the first week of December. So then in addition to the funds that are going to the AAAs, the purposes that they're allowed to use those funds for, there was a request to go deeper into that. So what we're looking for is that each AAA will use the funds to develop further infrastructure capacity and provide competitive compensation packages, increase oversight and efficiency, pilot, scale up, and replicate sustainable programs based on their community needs, respond to the emergency needs of the new aging population, and then recruit and hire qualified professionals to conduct impactful fundraising and manage grants. So then we provided Some additional potential eligible expenses that might include, but would not be limited to, personnel payroll costs, shift differentials or incentive pay, onboarding and staff training expenses, staff development, staffing agency expenses, advertising jobs and recruitment expenses, staff incentive payments, and other items that were identified by the AAAs and approved by KDADS. So then our goal within the Kansas KDADS Aging Commission is to use about 5% of that fund, or $250,000, to support the Aging Commission in their role around the Older Americans Act and the Senior Care Act. Previously, that was managed by a single position. This new funding would allow us to build on both that existing funding and use this new funding to create a total of 3 positions that would serve the AAAs and manage their programs and agreements from the state and feds. So that would include preparing the state and AAAs to meet the new federal final rules for OAA. And those 3 positions are an OAA program manager, a SAA program manager, and then the aging program contact manager. And we're looking forward to being able to finalize those agreements and get those funds flowing out soon.
Ready for questions? Other questions? Representative Hoffman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So the 5 million that we gave, I guess there's some maybe disagreement between, I know one county anyway, and the AAA on whether or not that 5 million can be used for contracting on down into the, and it's your guidance, I guess, that it can be used for that.
Yes, these are state general fund dollars as opposed to federal dollars. So really the limits and restrictions on use are fairly small in terms of what the centers can actually use those funds for. So the AAAs maintain a lot of subcontracts, and we believe that it's okay for them to use these funds for subcontracting as long as those subcontracts are reviewed and approved.
Okay, and so they're each going to get just a little over, well, not quite 500,000.
Right.
Is that right?
Yep.
Something like that. So have they got it yet?
So my understanding is that we're still working on finalizing some of the agreements, so not everyone has access to it yet.
Okay, so I guess when it says here that like this one, Johnson County and Great Plains are waiting for approval of the county commissioners. So what does that mean? What exactly?
So under state statute, each county identifies and approves the AAA that they want to serve their county. And so agreements oftentimes need to be reviewed and approved. In the case of Johnson County actually runs the AAA as a government organization.
Okay, so it's not the county commissioners are approving this part of this 5 million. It's they're approving what AAAs are going to be serving them.
Yeah, I believe they're reviewing the contract because the contract is with the county.
Okay. So I guess I would ask that we get in this next session, we get kind of a breakdown of what the different AAAs are using that 500,000 for.
Yeah.
Because my understanding is that some of the rural, I know this one rural county, they came to them, said, we need more money. And they said, no, you got more money from the legislature. And they said, well, we can't use that for what we're asking you for this money for. So, and there's a little bit of a strife there. So I'd like to know if they're not going to share it on down to the contractors or into the communities, then what are they using the money for?
Certainly, yeah. And we've got, I believe, a report that's being prepared for the legislative session that will hopefully address that.
Yeah, and that's that 500,000 specifically.
Yep.
So, all right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Other questions? Senator Petty.
Well, this just didn't agree. So I'm just having a little trouble following. Representative Hoffman, on your question, are you asking that the county commission is not then is reducing their commitment, or I'm trying to follow you.
No, they haven't reduced their commitment. It was that they were asked to increase their commitment, and they're already giving above what, I guess, what they had agreed to. They have been, and then they were asked to give more, and the question was, well, why should we give more? You got more money from the state, and they were told, no, we can't use that money for our contractors. So that was why my question was whether it can be used. So it's basically a decision by whatever area aging that, whatever AAA that is.
Yeah.
They made that decision not to send that money on down to the counties, and I just want to know if they're not going to do that and they're going to be asking for more money from the counties, what are they using the money for when we gave them more?
And so I wouldn't, yeah, I guess I wouldn't want us to base our decision on what one AAA makes a decision about how they use their funding. We haven't increased this funding for such a long time. I know it's critically needed in my area, so I'm looking forward to what's going to be used for.
And I think I have this right, but the AAAs, they don't have contracts with them CEOs, right?
I think I would have to double check and make sure that they don't. But the possibility of them having a contract is out there. But I'm not sure if any do.
So back to the first point. So have you ever discussed these conflicts of interest with the contractors? Has this ever been brought up? And did CMS just now come out with this, or is this something that's you've been hearing about for 2 years and we didn't do anything? Or is this just all of a sudden today we're saying, hey, we're just going to take a leap of faith here and not worry about our elder citizens? This is kind of the way it looks to me is like, well, we're going to try this. We're going to do our best. That don't cut the mustard.
Yes, I believe.
We're doing that with foster care. Look what we got, a mess. A wait list for IDD. I mean, we got so many doggone problems over there, and I don't want this to be another one.
I understand.
Senator Petty.
Just one other question I had about the AAAs. So you had done here about that there were 3 contracts that were left to be finalized. Have the ones that have been finalized, of the 11, have their money already gone out to them?
So the process for this is through our concurrence process. Once we get a signed agreement back, it goes to the secretary for signature. And then once we have that signed agreement that's fully executed by both parties, we're able to move forward with funding.
So I guess I lost you somewhere, the translation. So are you waiting for the whole 11, all 11, or as each one?
No, as each one completes the process.
Thank you.
So you anticipate having this by the first year, by the time we get into session?
Yeah.
Okay. So as far as how many bidders do you have?
Oh, on the ADRC contract? I don't think we're allowed to discuss how many bidders there are.
Oh, you can't say if there's.
I think the NDA includes discussing the numbers.
I guess we can assume it's more than one. Other questions? Please proceed. Did you have anything else, Andy? You was done, okay. Well, I think you heard our concerns that, you know, we don't want to be just trying something new to try something new. And, you know, if this hasn't been an issue for 25 years, it's, in my eyesight, it's not something I think we should be doing, because I think probably our elderly deserve more, not less. And it sounds to me like you're trying to go less.
we're trying to make sure that the resources we have that are limited are efficiently used.
So is there some indication they're not being efficiently used?
And I haven't looked at any audits or anything that indicates that at this time.
Okay, well, thank you for being here today. Appreciate it. Next, we will have the Kansas Department of Health and Environment Small Town Infrastructure Grants. Leo Hemming. Is Leo here? So we move that? Okay, we'll just switch them. Okay. We don't see Leo here at this time, so we'll just switch them with the Kansas Water Office, restructure of state water plan fund appropriations, and water project updates. Connie Owen. Connie, welcome committee. Your timing is really good.
I think I'm on. There I am. No, the good timing is all Victoria. She gets me where I need to be. She keeps an eye. So, Mr. Chair, members of the committee, thank you very much for having me today and giving me the opportunity to talk to you a little bit about the State Water Plan Fund budgeting format and progress with our 2302 grant program. My name's Connie Owen. I'm the director of the Kansas Water Office. And I believe you're being handed our slide deck, as well as another handout with a budget chart on it. So let's see, there we are. Okay, next slide, please. Oh, I get to do it, okay. Okay, great, thank you. As I said, the first thing I'm going to mention to you has to do with the State Water Plan Fund. And as you can imagine, the State Water Plan Fund was created in 1989 to fund recommendations that are identified in the State Water Plan. And the State Water Plan was most recently updated just a year ago. And each year, the revenue that comes into the State Water Plan Fund is now at about the $40 million per year level. It is shared between multiple agencies. In other words, the fund itself identifies, or the plan identifies projects and programs that are implemented by primarily 3 different agencies: the Water Office and Department of Health and Environment, and the Department of Agriculture's Division of Conservation and Division of Water Resources. So the chart that you see there is how this has typically appeared every year in budget requests. As I mentioned, the fund exists to implement the State Water Plan, and we did update it in 2022. This identifies all the water needs across the state: groundwater, surface water, water quality, and includes actions and strategies for addressing those programs. The plan itself is divided into 5 guiding principles that are really the 5 priority areas of needs: conserving and extending the High Plains Aquifer, which includes the Ogallala Aquifer, you may have heard about; secure, protect, and restore our Kansas reservoirs; improve our state's water quality; reduce our vulnerability to extreme events; and increase awareness of Kansas water resources. So we refer to these throughout as our 5 guiding principles. This year, there has been a major outreach effort, an effort on the part of the agencies to have what's called our strategic implementation plan development. The goal of this was to craft a long-term framework around those 5 guiding principles to implement the Kansas Water Plan. And the recommendations were to include input from state and local stakeholders, to include measurable goals and timelines, and to braid federal, state, and local funding. One of the developments that came out of this process was the idea that we should restructure the State Water Plan Fund request and how we deal with that on a budgeting and a legislative level. And what that would do, and we'll see the chart again here in a minute, but look at that chart with all those line items on the side, somewhere in the neighborhood of about 40, and consolidate that into 5 categories that are centered on those 5 guiding principles. So those categories would address water quantity / aquifer issues, water quality, reservoirs, research and education, and resiliency. And why would we do this? What would be the benefit? There are benefits in terms of transparency, being understandable, being accountable, and being responsive. So in terms of transparent reporting, the chart, as you see now, still includes the list on the left side of all of the different programs and projects, but what you'll see on the right side is a breakdown of those 5 guiding principles and where each of those programs and projects would fit and what particular need they would be addressing. So this helps develop the transparency in what we would be funding and why. Clear communication, this also helps reduce program terminology. As you would notice from those almost 40 line items, this would be a lot less verbiage, would be a lot easier to understand, and would identify how the funding is targeted to each of those guiding principles. So overall, you'd have a total request for each of those 5 guiding principle areas. But that's not all that you would see. This plan also increases accountability. So for example, as you see this one proposed initiative, it identifies the purpose. In this case, it's to provide financial assistance to landowners for better conservation through irrigation system upgrades and technological adaptations. The metrics would then depend on the number of systems tested and certified and the analysis of the potential water use savings, so we can actually measure the good that we're getting out of this particular investment. Likewise, what we see on the bottom here, the funding, we show 25 allocated, the 26 request. This represents 3 different programs that are comprised of irrigation technology that the Department of Ag implements, a water resources cost share program that the Department of Ag implements, and the Water Office's High Plains Aquifer Partnership Initiative program. So again, this is focused on guiding principles, not agency focused. Another example of this would be the assessment and effectiveness of existing and new programs. This is a new idea that we're requesting and proposing for this year, is that part of our state water plan funds pay for self-policing, to pay for accountability, to evaluate programs, to assess them, and to report on how good a job are they doing. What bang are we getting for the buck? Are we doing what we should be doing with the money? And if not, then we know to tweak it, to abandon it, to do something different, to improve it, enhance it, whatever. So this is a new aspect of what is included in this program. It also makes things more responsive. Previously, when we had set line items that were appropriated at a specific amount, we lost out on the opportunity that would come along for federal grants and other grants, because many times, if not every time, they require a cost share. And we don't have the flexibility to take money from an existing appropriation line item to provide the cost share for federal grant money. So there's a lot of federal grant money that's just been passing us by that we would like the flexibility to be able to take advantage of. So that, in a nutshell, is the new structure for the State Water Plan Fund. The whole point is to more clearly show how investment will help solve our problems, and as I said, to provide greater transparency and greater accountability with metrics and reports and evaluation and assessment. Moving on to our portion of reporting on our 2302 grants. Senate substitute for House Bill 2302 created 2 new grant programs for the Water Office to administer. What you see on this slide is that $35 million in additional money, thank you very much to the legislature, was infused into the State Water Plan Fund. 18 million of that stayed with programs projects. 17 of that was pulled off, 5 for a technical assistance fund grant, and 12 million a year for water projects grants. This last year, $10 million was added to the grants for a total of $7.5 million to give out for technical assistance and $19.5 million to give out for water projects grants. The eligible applicants for both of these grants are municipalities and special districts related to water. And there's a special prioritization for communities that are 2,000 people or less. So most of the purpose of both of these grants is to help smaller communities with their water infrastructure needs. The Technical Assistance Fund is for planning, engineering, grant writing, that capacity that small communities don't have to even get in the game. If they don't have someone to draw up a plan, to study what they need, to write up a grant, this is a grant that helps them to provide those services, to even identify what they need and how to seek help. The Water Projects Fund is for construction, repair, maintenance, or replacement of water-related infrastructure. It can be used as matching money for other grants. So it can be used as cost share money for larger grants, including federal grants. It also has a component for paying outstanding loan balances for 2 specific loans for KDHE. Under certain circumstances, if there is an outstanding loan balance on either one of these loans, if they've been paying for 5 years and some other circumstances, then they can apply for this fund to help pay off those loans. One thing I will point out about both of these, which I'm very proud of, is there's no cost share. In order to apply for and be eligible for these 2 grants, you don't have to bring any money to the table. And I think that is very much in keeping with the purpose of the grant programs, to help small communities that don't have the wherewithal that larger communities have. This next page is a listing of all the grant awards that were made, the technical assistance grants, the water project grants, and those loan assistance grants that were given out in the first year of our grant program, the FY24 year. So you can kind of get an idea there of all of those that benefited from the first year of the program. Some of the examples of what these grants help pay for was preliminary design work for distribution system improvements, design engineering and boundary survey work, water and wastewater system improvement evaluation. The water project grant funds, some of them went to paying off those loan balances for the KDHE Public Water Supply Loan Fund and Kansas Pollution Control Fund loan, rehabilitation of water tower and water line replacement, and those were just some examples. We're now currently in year 2 of the grant program, and I might mention that 2302, when it was created, was set for 5 years with a sunset. So we're in year 2 of the 5. The application period for the second year ended September 6th, and the applications that we received for the technical assistance, we received 117 applications totaling about 29 million, and we have 7.5 to give out. And the water projects grants, we had 159 applications, initially estimating $207 million total with projects and loan assistance included. So we have 207 million requested. We have 19.5 to award. Like the first year, this second year shows that the need in Kansas far exceeds our ability to meet it, at least under this grant program. But I think it also demonstrates how valuable it is that we have this program and that this program has gotten started. This map will show you where the applications for this year's grants came from. A lot of geographic distribution all over the state. We are currently in the process of evaluating the applications for this round of grants. We have a consultant that helps us apply our matrix to them, and award announcements will be made as soon as possible. All those that are awarded and not awarded, those successful and unsuccessful, will be notified by email. So we hope to get those awards out before the end of the year. And again, we're very, very grateful to be able to provide for needs across the state to the extent that these grants allow us. Clearly, there's a great deal of interest and many, many applications that come in. And although we're disappointed that we can't help everyone, it's a great step in the right direction, and people are much better off than before we had those programs. So, and with that, I will thank you for your time and stand for any questions you might have.
Thank you, Connie. Questions? Representative Hoffman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So your expanded water plan fund sheet makes me feel a little bit more comfortable about this. So when I first heard about the 5 different sections, I thought that it was just going to be an allocation of, say, like to just each one of those, and that was all that was going to show. So it appears that you're still going to have the line items of the different programs on, like contamination remediation is getting 2.1 million. So it,
right. The point of that is to be transparent and be informative that is what we plan to spend the money on. But the appropriation would not be line item by line item. It would be by category. But what's built into that is, the reason for that is if we have the need for flexibility, if we need some cost share to apply for federal grants, if an emergency comes up somewhere in the state that we have to address and we have to pull that money off of somewhere, if we have a severe drought situation and we have to deal with that in real time, severe flooding and we have to deal with that. But we report on that and we bring you metrics every year as to what good you got from the money and what we did do.
okay, so that does bring me back to my original concern. So you're saying that when we go in, or when we see the governor's budget, I guess, we're going to see water quality a certain amount of money. It's not going to be broke up into these individual line items.
As this is a new process, I'm going to, if with your permission, see if I can get a little backup from Victoria on that. Is that right? Okay. Thank you.
I'm correct? Okay, so that does give me a little bit of pause that, you know, because some of these programs are ones that, I don't know. I understand you're wanting the flexibility, but I'm not sure that that's what we want. If we're okaying money to go to certain things, as we have in the past, I'm not sure that the flexibility, I'm not sure I want you to be able to take from the non-point source program to give to something else in the water quality, just because you might be able to get a grant for something else. See what I'm saying?
I do.
I have real concerns about that. And so this isn't what we will be seeing then.
You will receive, in my understanding, unless I'm mistaken, you will still receive this information. You will receive the breakdown of what we intend to spend the money on, and you will be informed if that changes. So you won't be, that's part of the point of this, is we understand that just 5 big buckets of money is not something that is going to make anybody comfortable. But we understand that comes with a heightened responsibility to keep you informed and to be accountable for how we use it.
Well, okay, I mean, I have some real concerns about that. I just think that when we decide we want to put money towards crop and livestock research, we want money to go to crop and livestock research. We don't want the ability for you decide that, hey, we're going to, or look to the aid to conservation districts. I don't want aid to conservation districts to be shortchanged because we decide, no, we've got a grant that we want to apply for, and we're going to use some of that money for as cost share for that. I may be the only one, but I have some real concerns with. I'm okay if you want to spread it out and put it all these 5 different deals, but I think the line items need to be still there. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Other questions?
Mr. Chair,
Petty.
if I may?
Go ahead and
Little follow-up.
respond. Sure.
I should also point out that what shows up on these charts for the State Water Plan Fund, the specific lines as well as what adds up to the 5 big numbers, that's what the Water Authority has approved. That's what the Water Authority recommends. So the agencies are required basically to follow that unless. And so what you have there is what the Water Authority has recommended. They are very committed to maintaining aid to conservation districts, not cutting it. The agencies are very aware of that. So the Water Authority has a role in this as well, and we need to respect that and follow that. So this isn't in a vacuum. So I want to say that. And there is a very, very strong commitment to maintaining the aid to conservation districts that are built in.
Right, and that's just one of them that I see on here. I mean, I know how this works. You know, the Water Authority decides, hey, we'd like to give it to these particular programs, and then we go into our budget. We decide through the different budgets, yes, we're going to give KDHE this amount to do these things, or we're not. We're going to give it to, take the money from a certain one and give it to something else. But in the end, that's what we decide as a legislature that we want that money to go to. And that's my only concern is if we're not seeing that break out and you have the flexibility to say, oh, well, you said we were going to put the money to this, but we've decided we're going to take from that and just because we need a cost share for a grant. That's my concern. And so I'll leave it at that, but I'm really concerned about that.
Senator Petty.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I think the increased accountability provides us with a clear picture. I was just curious, since you said that there's the 5 guiding principles, yet when I look at, and maybe I'm just missing it, but when I looked at the page where it says the proposed initiative, irrigation, conservation, and partnership initiatives, it doesn't, but on that breakdown there, it doesn't say which of those 5 guiding principles that's under.
Oh, that would go within water quality and aquifer. Okay. I'm sorry, water quantity and aquifer, not quality.
Great, but I mean, I was just curious, do you think that should be on this initiative?
On the slide?
I mean, yeah, if you're wanting to have everything fall under or supposedly be part of one of the guiding principles, shouldn't this structure then say which principle is part of?
That's a very good point. And we have that on this handout. on this slide where it breaks things out on the right side. So for example, as you were asking, the Irrigation Conservation and Partnerships Initiative was comprised of 3 programs. 2 of them are listed under Department of Ag, and one of them, the High Plains Aquifer Partnership Initiative, is listed under the Water Office. And if you track those across, then they fall under the Water Quantity Aquifer. So it's a little bit tricky to follow since we have to start with the chart we had before. So we tried to show a way to track where that would fall under those particular 5. So the information's there. I'm sorry if it wasn't as clear as it might have been.
Yeah, I figured it was in the bigger
Yeah.
chart. It wasn't.
So where is it? Yes.
Thank you.
Other questions? Seeing none. Connie, thank you lots for being here today. Appreciate your update.
Thank you very much.
Next, we will have the Kansas Department of Health and Environment, Small Town Infrastructure Grants, Leo Henning. Leo, welcome committee.
Good afternoon, Chairman Villager and committee members. Do you have the handouts? Do you have the presentation? So I guess you're going to have to imagine that you have this in front of you, which this would be a lot more helpful than looking at the screen, and I apologize, but our copies are somewhere here in the Capitol. Are we close, or should we just go on? Okay.
I think we all have our sheets, Leo.
Yeah, that's the right one, but they don't have the paper copies, correct? Okay, all right. So I will get you paper copies. Hopefully they're delivered here before I get done speaking. So, but I'm sorry, you'll have to look at the.
That's fine. We can watch your screen. You don't worry about bringing.
Okay. All right. Well, so I'm here to talk about the small town infrastructure funding that was appropriated to KDHE a couple times. The first one was ARPA or Sparks money. The governor and the legislators offered $10 million to KDHE to help small towns with their infrastructure works. I want to go back and frame the problem a little bit for you so you understand why we put the 10 million in there to start with, which was really, I'm glad Connie has already gone, where the 2302 funding is now taking over for this program.
Connie's still here, Leo.
Just in time. So originally, the problem was that we had small towns with drinking water and wastewater compliance issues. They were very small towns, and they could not receive a normal loan through our SRF program. We couldn't provide them the loan because we knew they couldn't pay it back. So since we have a bond rating that we have to make sure that we keep our good bond rating, we can't loan money to entities that we know aren't able to pay it back. So we were in kind of a spot. We had these communities, they had problems, and our only avenue to help them was to enforce against them, which is difficult when you know you have a community that can't actually do what they need to do. So, so that's why we went and asked for the $10 million. And again, the governor and the legislators approved that $10 million. And those loans were, or not loans, but those grants were targeted for communities of less than 1,000 people. And it was for both the wastewater side and the drinking water side of their infrastructure. We put that out for an RFP. We received 156 applications, and
and $99 million worth of requests. Could you go to the next one? Oh. Oh, now I went way too far. All right, I got it now. So that's the slide that I'm speaking to right now. So again, 156 applications and $99 million worth of requests. We were able to fund 18 projects out of those 156 applications. And again, I want to point out, we are really targeting those communities that have compliance issues. It's just not an upgrade of their facility. It's small towns that need to upgrade or else are out of compliance with federal standards. So the next one is a list of the wastewater projects that was put out. We put out $5 million for wastewater and $5 million for drinking water. And this is the wastewater ones, and you can see that the population of those communities that receive that money are well below the 1,000. They're mostly in that 100 to 200 range. And so therefore, it would be difficult for the citizens in those communities to pay back a large loan like that. So that's the reason for the grant. The next slide is the drinking water, where those towns that received funding are. I don't have a map, but I think you know where most of these cities are. So that was the first $10 million. It's out and it's being worked on. There was a second round that came through. This was last year. We received $3.2 million of state water plan funding. And as you can, on this slide, you can see that there were 3 communities that received that $3.2 million. City of Leon down in Butler County, and then 2 in Riley County, Keats and University Park. So those are out. They are the Keats one, we're waiting for the county to sign the agreement, and that should be out very shortly. So that's where those monies went. And so right now we're on round 3. We received $16.6 million this last year of state general funds to help these same communities. Of those $16.6 million, we are addressing those projects that weren't funded in the first round of RFPs that we did back for the ARPA funding. And we are given priority, pushing projects to completion. So some of those first ones that received money need a little bit more to get to completion. So we'll use some of this money to help them get to their project end. And we are still looking and still trying to focus on regionalization. If there's an area where we can put cities together or hook them up to a rural water and get them out of the business of having their own drinking water system, those are the type of things we're looking for, and we are asking the communities if they will like to do those things. We can't force them to do it, but there's some times where it's probably better if they would just hook up to a rural water system than to try to keep maintaining their own system. So we're trying to push that as something to be considered by the community. And so out of the 16.2 million, we have 11.2 of that pretty well, I don't want to say encumbered because they're not encumbered yet, but these are the list of cities that we think we're going to have. You can see the status on the right. Liberty is the only community that has executed. The rest of them are in progress or in scoping. But out of the 16, as of today, looks like we have 11.2 million. We still have the next 6 to 8 months to get the other 6 million encumbered. And we do think that we will be able to do that. I will say that currently, we don't have any compliance issue, no ripe communities that need funding for compliance issues. They're still in the planning or in the design phase. We think they'll come ready here in the next 8 months for funding. But as of right now, we have exhausted the cities that are out of compliance that are ready to implement a action. We do, like I said, we have 5.4 million left for the last eight months. And one of the things we want to do is, you just heard Connie talk about the Kansas Water Office receiving all those applications for their 17 million. What we're going to do is go through those that weren't funded, see if there's any in there that we should look at for funding, and then reach out to those communities. But feel very confident that all the money will go out to communities by April, May timeframe. So that's where we are right now. If you have any questions, I'm more than happy to try to answer them.
Thank you, Leo. Questions? Senator Petty.
What exactly, I see that those on the last page that you just went over, the round 3 wastewater projects. So one of them was funded by 2302, you said on that, or was withdrawn from this funding source. You had another.
Right, it was withdrawn because Wakefield received the money from the water office, so we pulled it out of our funding since we received money out of the water office.
And then Overbrook with it from.
Overbrook, they qualified, they were able to take a loan, so we pushed them into the revolving loan program. If you can afford it, we think you ought to go to the loan program.
So then the scoping, what does that exactly mean when it says scoping project?
That means that they're in design, you know, they're getting cost estimates from their engineering companies to come up with an amount that they could actually come to us with.
Thank you.
Other questions? Senator, or Representative Carpenter.
Thank you. Leo, thanks for being here. So I have a little town in my district, Potwin.
Yeah.
So where are they?
Wichita, so I know that area.
Where are they at on this? Do you know, did they apply for?
I don't believe they've applied for anything, but let me check. No. We don't know. I don't have anything from Potwin in our.
Because I think the way it worked was you guys said their water tower was going to fall down.
There's a lot of water tower reworking in these things.
They were supposed to, and I worked with them for a little while, but at some point in time, they have to apply for these.
Right.
Okay.
Or like I said, if they've applied for the water office funding and they weren't funded, and they should know that here shortly, we will look at that at that time, and if it's in there and it's something we can fund, we'll definitely contact them. But
I'll have to visit with them and get them moving.
yeah, unfortunately, Kansas is starting to show its age. You know, a lot of these pipes have been in the ground for 100 years, and our maintenance on those systems hasn't probably been great. And so you know, it's just catching up with us.
Representative Waymaster.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And on going off of that last comment that you made, and also when you have communities of less than 1,000 in population, it's very costly for a small town like that to try to replace all the pipes or pipelines throughout their community. Going back to round 3, when did you say the decision's been made on that?
We're working on round 3 right now.
Right now. But when are they going to be announced?
Hopefully we are executing them as we get the paperwork done. But when you say announced,
I didn't know if there was like a date that you had in mind, or it's just as the applications come in and then
right. And at the end of the period, we'll put something out that says, here's the cities that did receive it. But we are looking at the people that submitted an application on the first $10 million. And then once we go through the water offices, ones that they don't fund. And then if between those two, we still, and the cities that are still in the design phase, trying to come up with a number, if we go through all that and we still haven't spent that last $5 million, we'll put out another RFP and ask for applications again.
And what has the outreach been to communities?
Usually through the Kansas Rural Water Association and Kansas League of Municipalities, and then the Kansas County Association, I forget the name of them, and then the Kansas Municipal Utilities Association.
Okay. And then my final question is, some of the items, what it looked like that they were awarded, they might also be a good candidate for the Build Kansas program that we have where we can draw down federal dollars. So could they use some of this money? I mean, for smaller communities, it's hard to come up with a match.
Right.
So that's why we have the Build Kansas Fund, so they can utilize that. If they're awarded a federal grant, then they can use that as a match. But one thing that we have changed in our recent meetings is that we are looking for the communities that apply for the Build Kansas to have a match themselves along with the match from the state of Kansas.
Yes, without doubt. This money could be used as a match for a federal grant. But I agree. These small communities that we're talking about, they have difficulty even getting
That's why I
into
was
the game.
asking, that's why I was posing the question, for them to come up with their own match, that they could use these dollars as their match in the money from Kansas to draw down the federal grant.
Exactly.
Right.
Yes, they very much would, and we'd support that.
Okay, I just wanted to
Without a
have that, and I would hope that is actually going to be relayed to these smaller communities, that this is a source that they can use to try to draw down federal dollars. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Nope, I agree, 100%.
Other questions for Leo? Seeing none, thank you lots for being here today, Leo. Appreciate it, the update. Oh, we have the minutes ready? Not ready, okay. We'll do the minutes next time. Okay. Pardon me? There'll be at least one more in December. Okay. Any other questions? Seeing